Looking for bloodstock that shapes the world? You can find it here. Foundation mares that will shape the breed. Weanlings with prime potential. Your next moment in the winner's circle. It's all waiting for you here at the world's marketplace. Keeneland November Breeding Stock Sale, where the future is found. Beginning Tuesday, November 5th. Welcome to Sunday here on Today at Keeneland. Scott and Gabby with you. Glorious weather once again. It's going to be warm, fast and firm conditions, which we'll get to in just a few moments. And we've got 3 stakes races today, 2 graded stakes races, also that listed stake as well as far as the Indian Summer presented by Keeneland Select. But the featured event, Grade 1, Juddmonte Spinster, is featuring a champion in Idiomatic, and she's going to be tough, and she's going to be a short price favorite, Gabby.
She is. So it makes it, I think, the late pick 5, pick 4, maybe a little bit more manageable. But if she loses, right, it could create absolute chaos because she does look to be a formidable favorite later.
Yesterday, 11 races, phenomenal day of racing. We're going to recap right now in case you missed any of it. We go to the Woodford presented by FanDuel, our shot, back to Keeneland, put together a strong performance. Speaking to John Terranova after the race, he's not Breeders' Cup nominated, so we may not see him in the Breeders' Cup as you would expect after a performance like that. Zeitlos, though, on the other hand, she was brilliant, going 6 furlongs, rallying off the pace on a main track that has been very kind to speed.
Yeah, this was a great ride by Jose Ortiz, just saving ground on the rail and patiently waiting for that hole to open up. Congratulations to Barbara Banke and the rest of the connections and Steve Asmussen. In the First Lady, Gina Romantica picks up another win here at Keeneland. Chad Brown finishing 1st, 2nd, and 3rd in this Grade 1 event.
He's won it 7 years in a row, which is absurd. He's won it 8 times in total. He just can't be stopped in the Grade 1. First Lady, $1 Million Filly, Gina Romantica, she loves it here. East Avenue was a freak, though, yesterday in the Grade 1 Claiborne Breeders' Futurity. Look at him just lope along, and he's, what, a half a dozen in front of the rest of the competition?
I didn't notice that. Tyler was already patting him on the shoulder well before the finish line. That's how impressive he was. Carl Spackler adding another Grade 1 victory to his name. I mean, this horse has been so special, not only for Tyler, but also, Bob Edwards and the whole E5 family. They've had some really nice horses, but you kind of get the feeling after I talked to Bob yesterday that this is a very special one to them.
And Tyler, how about taking the initiative from the outside, take the race over, not get caught wide, put him on the lead, and he just kept on going. And More Than Looks ran a good race. He just, again,
his
second
running
best
style.
to Carl Spackler.
It's not that he's second best. It's not that he's worse.
No, he's good. He's very
good. It's his
good.
running style. And Carl Spackler just has speed, and it's tough. He's tough to catch.
Look back at yesterday. Let's get to the weather for today through WKYT.
We have another beautiful day for our Keeneland meet as we're tracking more and more sunshine for our forecast. What you can expect for your Sunday is definitely some warmer temperatures. We'll end up peaking around those mid-80s for some of the days for our Keeneland forecast. Lots of sunshine, so make sure you're staying hydrated. But overall, a great way to end the first weekend of our fall meet here at Keeneland. Enjoy the races.
All right, warm weather once again. That's been the theme of the weekend. Let's take a look at our full card selections. Before we get to that, we've got the track conditions presented by John Deere. Fast and firm, as we mentioned. Been fast and firm. Track is fast, quick times, and that will continue today. One would expect on the main track and the turf course as well. Bees everywhere.
Temperature is going to drop next week, though. Tomorrow, it goes to from 86 to 60.
Bring it on. I'm ready.
Me too.
Full card selections. Here they are. Download the Keeneland Race Day app. You'll have access to them. We had some adjusting to do, especially with Dream Away scratching out of the Indian Summer. She ran yesterday in Santa Anita and finished 3rd on the West Coast. But here's our look at the full card selections. We like Idiomatic.
Yeah, that's it. Period. Full stop. The rest of the card is wide open. And even in the late pick 4, pick 5 sequence I mentioned, in the Indian Summer, I think you have to spread. In the Bourbon Stakes, you have to spread. So really, the likeliest winner on today's card is Idiomatic. Outside of that, it's a phenomenal card and really interesting as well. We'll see if you had a really good opening day. I had a really good Saturday. We'll see how we cap off the weekend.
Yeah, yesterday I took some shots against favorites, and it didn't work out. I think I had one winner. That was in the nightcap, the Brian Lynch runner. Social media, at Keeneland Racing on X, at Keeneland on Facebook and Instagram, FanDuel TV. Give them a follow on X as well, and download the FanDuel TV Plus app right now. Roku, Amazon Fire TV, Apple TV, and you'll catch Keeneland Race Day coverage over there, which Gabby and I are a part of. You're on the desk to begin the day, so we look forward to seeing you over there on the FanDuel TV
second
desk.
half of the day.
Oh, second half of the day. I can't keep track of the first, second half of the day. I'm reporting the first half of the day.
Yeah,
just hand me a microphone, point me in a direction, and I go.
It's true. I feel the same way.
That's what happens. Grade 1 Juddmonte Spinster. Let's take a look at the field featuring Idiomatic. Juddmonte owns Idiomatic. She's a champion filly. It's been a good day for Juddmonte already, Gabby Gaudette. They won the Group 1 Arc de Triomphe with Blue Stocking earlier this morning over in Paris at Longchamp, and that was a record-setting 7th Arc victory for the Juddmonte team, and they're looking to just pile on with a filly who looks like she can control this race. I
They're going to have a big Sunday.
Did I say Saturday again?
No.
I said Sunday.
You did.
So I don't know what day. Nonetheless, she controls this race, right?
I don't know about that. It's going to depend on what Loved does today. Now, I know Loved didn't get out of the starting gate last time out, but they're putting the blinkers on, and I think Brendan wants her involved early. That's when her better performances happen. So it doesn't matter. I think Idiomatic can go from the inside, or she can sit just off of Loved.
She's had a very good year, but she set the standard so high last year, winning 8 of 9 and all the Group 1 successes in the Breeders' Cup Distaff. Some may knock her. Okay, she gets beat in the Grade 1 Personal Ensign, but she's beaten by Raging Sea in here, who's developed into a really nice filly for trainer Chad Brown. She's out there on the front end. She's doing her thing. The fractions were quick.
That was it. She had to engage in brutally fast fractions early. It caught up to her. The fact that she held on that well to finish second behind Raging Sea, who is an up-and-coming filly, in my opinion, I don't think she lost anything in defeat last time.
I don't think so either. It's her race to win, to lose. I know that people hate hearing that at times, but she's the filly that is the headliner of this race, and coming in with her resume and her win last year and just her continued consistency that she brings to the table. Idiomatic for me on top. Candide, she's come on a bit. I mean, she's a 3-year-old filly in a 3-year-old filly division in 2024 that is dominated by Torpedo Anna. Mm-hmm. She was beaten by Torpedo Anna in the Coaching Club American Oaks. Torpedo Anna did not run in the Grade 1 Alabama. She ran a giant race in the Travers, as we all remembered, and she finished second that day in the Alabama. So she does have to step up, tackling the older mare like Idiomatic, but she's got a chance here today to at least finish second, in my opinion. Maybe spring an upset if she's up to the task, but she's got to jump up as far as her form is concerned. And then I've got Loved underneath, who, as you mentioned, adds the blinkers, could show speed. She's a nice mare. This is a big step up, though, from the Locust Grove for a filly like Loved and Godolphin.
This is a very important race for Loved, just because for her residual value. I mean, I know that she's a Godolphin homebred, but
she's always staying home, though.
Yes, but to be Grade 1 placed, I think picks her up a notch here because of her pedigree as is. She's a half to Maxfield. I agree with you. I went to Juddmonte. I did go to Juddmonte. Idiomatic as the top pick for all the reasons we mentioned. I think she's versatile. She could go to the lead. She could even get pressed by Loved and I think still win this race. But Candide is the other horse that I want to talk about, because if Idiomatic loses, I think it goes to Candide. This is her performance in the Alabama. She gets bumped off stride a couple of times at the top of the stretch. She comes with this closing run. She was outfinished by Power Squeeze this day. Yes, she was the beaten favorite, but I actually thought she had some excuses. I love her turning back in distance a little bit. From the 1 1/4 to the 1 1/8 today, I think a 1 1/4 might be stretching her distance limitations. And the last time she ran a 1 1/8, it was against Torpedo Anna. And Idiomatic is very good, but I think there might be less separation between she and Idiomatic at this particular distance. I also hope that she doesn't find herself too far off the pace. Last time that she was, or her only 2 starts here at Keeneland, was a 1 1/16. It's really hard to close and win at a 1 1/16 first wire finish. So the configuration is different. She should be able to get an honest pace. Candide in second, and I'll also throw in the 4 Honor Delady, who comes in off of a big win last scene in the Delaware Handicap.
I like the fact she's back with Saez. He knows how to handle this filly, too, because I don't know if you remember when she won the Grade 1 at 2, kind of hangs on that lead. Saez, he knows how to handle this situation, and that's no knock on Manny Franco whatsoever. But bottom line, she's definitely a strong contender to spring an upset against Idiomatic, the giant in today's Juddmonte Spinster. For more on this, let's go to Tom Leach.
Trainer Brad Cox is trying to win the Grade 1 Juddmonte Spinster for the 2nd year in a row with the same Juddmonte-owned horse, Idiomatic. And even though she's had a couple of tough beats this year, Cox says Idiomatic has not lost anything off her fastball.
Look, I think she's just as good this year as she was last year. I think last year she was obviously still trying to somewhat prove herself. She had a grade 1 under her belt last year, and this year she's been a little bit of a target in races, but overall she's, two heads from having an unbeaten season, and, proud of the year that she's put together and hoping to build off of it on Sunday. But, I know she's every bit as good as she was last year based off training and how she physically looks.
Candied was a stakes winner here at 2 at Keeneland. Now comes into the Spinster off a tough beat of the Grade 1 Alabama. Sean Tugel's the VP of Bloodstock for the owner Eclipse Thoroughbreds, and he said she had some tough racing luck that day.
Coming around the final turn, there was a little bit of a bumper car situation with the leader kind of coming out, so she got taken off stride, maybe 1 or 2 strides, which when it comes down to a nose finish in a mile-quarter race, certainly that can make a difference. But she ran her eyeballs out. She shows up every single time, so that's what makes her a wonderful filly, is she's just so honest.
Idiomatic parlayed a win in the Spinster to a victory in the Breeders' Cup Distaff last year. Many horses have done that, so let's see if we get another Breeders' Cup winner out of the Spinster.
Thank you, Tom. Let's go to race number 10, Castle and Key Bourbon Grade 2 event to close out the card, and a challenge. This one is tough. Warlander 7-2 on the morning line. Barricade, the 14 and 15 all scratch, so 7, 14, 15 withdrawn from this race, as you can see. 7-2 on the morning line for Warlander. He was flattered by a result yesterday early on in the card with the Sharita Vo runner States Rights, who beat him on debut at Saratoga, and States Rights put together a very nice performance to win yesterday and pick up another win for Cherie this meet. So he's a colt by Kitten's Joy that Winchell Thoroughbreds bought for $450,000 at the September sale here at Keeneland last year, and he showed improvement in his 2 starts. We're going to take you back. He's my top selection, by the way. We're going to take you back to his run at Kentucky Downs up against the rail. He's a big-looking dude, in my opinion, son of Kitten's Joy, and he's going to just keep on going. That's bottom line. And I think that, but based on his 2 races to date so far, he swaps to his wrong lead, but don't a lot of horses right at that slight
they don't
bend
know where
swap
to
the
swap to the right lead.
And then he keeps on going out there on the front end with Jose Ortiz, and Jose gets the opportunity again today. But by Kitten's Joy, one of the final crops of one of the best turf stallions that North America has ever had. So I'll lean on him, the live races that he comes out of, and then also take a look at the number 10 horse Clock Tower for Wesley Ward, who really turned it on as far as the turf run was concerned at Kentucky Downs, setting a modest tempo in that race, but finishing that race off nicely. He's a son of Not This Time, who should need no introduction. And then the number 13 who draws in, that's where Tyler Gaffleone gave first call. He goes to Fleming for Brendan Walsh, a son of More Than Ready, who has run 2 good races as well. There's a lot of good form in this race, which makes it difficult.
I agree with you. There's a lot of good form and two-year-olds that could certainly improve in their next start. So I'm swinging for the fences here with a 15-1 shot. Thank you very much. Golden afternoon. It's going to be a golden afternoon for Carlo Veccarezza. We'll take you back to his debut victory. Look at how effortless this win was. He's got really good speed, so he can put himself into the race. But I also think he's able to sustain his speed. Again, another one that kind of switches over to the wrong lead. His ears are going all over the place. I think he was learning throughout this experience, but he still won because he's incredibly talented. Saw this horse. I was there that day. Physically looks like a good horse. He was bet in debut. All of the signs that this horse is live, and you kind of get the feeling that Carlo wanted to do this. He wanted to run him at Kentucky Downs, scoop up that purse money, and then run him against Graded Stakes Company here today at Keeneland. Luis Saez gets them out. I'd love to see that as well. Golden Afternoon, the top pick for me. The 4 Giacoso, I actually picked this horse as a crazy long shot last time out in the Iroquois. Jonathan's Way wound up wiring the field, but this horse ran a tremendous race at almost 25-1. I don't know if he's a better turf horse or a dirt horse. I just think he wants to go long, so I have to use him coming back to the turf today. And the 2 Warlander, for the reasons that you mentioned, I think is extremely live, but this is a tough race.
Let's go to race number 8. This is the Indian Summer presented by Keeneland Select. These are 2-year-olds. They'll be sprinting on the turf course at 5.5 furlongs. Big Scratch at Dream Away mentioned she ran yesterday at Santa Anita, so that's why she's withdrawn from this race. And Governor Sam, the number 7 horse, is going to likely be the favorite. He's been undefeated in his last 3 starts. He debuted at Gulfstream Park in the Royal Palm Juvenile and ran a credible race that day in a very quickly run race, but he's done nothing wrong since. I end up scratching into this horse. I thought Dream Away was going to be ultra tough if the filly was to go, but obviously she's not here today. So Governor Sam, there's nothing to knock about this Son of Improbable. He's straightforward. He's got speed. He knows how to win races, and he's been very, very good since breaking his maiden and even since that debut effort. So Paco Lopez still looking for career win number 4,000, and wouldn't that be something to pick up a 4,000th win in a stakes race at Keeneland on opening weekend?
That would be very cool. 4,000. 4,000
That's a lot of wins.
That is a lot of wins.
Just by the way, the 9 and the 2, sorry to interrupt you, but Raise the Bar, horse that broke his maiden for Wesley Ward back in the spring and now moves over to the Steve Asmussen barn and is now on turf. Don't ignore him here today, coming off the 5-month layoff, moving over to the grass. And then the number 2 horse, Chasing Liberty for Rob Atras, coming off of a win via DQ at Kentucky Downs. But, I mean, that's the tough thing about these races and any of these 2-year-old stakes races at this point of the year, because it's the springtime, is that you're not running in a stakes race unless you've run a good race or have good form, right? It's just not happening.
Well, Chasing Liberty had a brutal trip last time out. That's why I picked him on top. And mind you, I did pick the 5, Dream Away, but with her out, Chasing Liberty, I go to as the top selection now. We'll roll back that replay from the juvenile turf sprint at Kentucky Downs, and you can see he's the number 9 horse here. He had a wide trip, and then he also checked multiple times throughout the running of this race. He goes to make his move, and he can't quite do it. Then he has to go all the way around the rest of the field, around the bend, Scott. I think that was significant because you lose a lot of ground when you have to do that. He comes on with this late closing kick. Again, finished up really well. It was 6.5 furlongs. I like him cutting back a little bit. You see he was knocked off stride there with the 5 coming out and impeding his path. It was a brutal trip from start to finish, to put it mildly. So I think he can come back in a big way. His debut was impressive at Ellis Park, which leads me to believe that he is talented and he's an improving type. So Chasing Liberty, the top pick for me. The 12 Floodlights. The reason why I picked Floodlights over the American Pharaoh, the 6 Pharaoh's Dynasty, Wesley Ward sends out both these horses. They have worked in company past couple of mornings when they've had their workouts. One week, Pharaoh's Dynasty did outwork Floodlights. The other week, Floodlights outworked Pharaoh's Dynasty. So I'm looking at these 2 horses, and one is a huge price versus the other one. So that's obviously something to consider if you're looking at 2 Wesley Ward horses. I'm going to go with the bigger price for the exacta.
Let's go to race number 7 for our sales grad spotlight. And in race number 7, we're going to focus in on the number 8 horse, Tuscaloosa, for Windstar Farm and Sienna Farm. They combined to purchase this Son of Candy Ride last year at the September sale here at Keeneland for $700,000, out of the stakes placed first name Maya Malibu, daughter of Malibu Moon, who's been a very good broodmare sire. Son of Candy Ride. There's 2-year-old winners from a 2-year-old winner from that first dam from her other foal that has run. So a lot to like as far as Tuscaloosa is concerned in race number 7. It's a tough race too. I think you're going to be looking at a lot of first-time starters and horses like that to try to lean on, especially in those multi-race exotics. So that's our sales grad spotlight, the $700,000 yearling Tuscaloosa from last year at the September sale. Clocker report. We've got one horse to focus in on. It's in race number 4. Cromwell worked a half mile in 48 flat, breezed on even terms with a Grade 1 stakes winner, Vava. You should know that name. Sharp 48 flat for trainer Cherie DeVoe on the 26th of September. His first work back after stepping off 4 furlongs from the gate in 47.4 on the 20th of September. $500,000 Keeneland purchase and jockey trainer combo useful as well.
Yeah, he's a half to Arabian Night.
That's good.
Right? That'll do.
Work.
Grade 1 winner, Pacific Classic winner. He won last year, so yeah.
We're going to tackle the multi-race exotic once again together. Late pick 4. Idiomatic's the key. We're singling Idiomatic in this sequence and then finding coverage the rest of the way. Now, if you're not just singling Idiomatic, Candied, I guess, right, would be the alternative.
Or I feel like we haven't given enough credit to Honor D-Lady. She won the Delaware Handicap by 5 lengths last time out. I actually think she's a pretty decent horse.
So you would consider, then would it not be just
Look,
at the all button?
No, I think you play this ticket.
Okay.
If you don't like Idiomatic, if you don't think she's going to win, then you do all but Idiomatic, and you try to go light in other legs of the sequence. But this is our ticket. You and I both think that Idiomatic is going to be very tough to beat. So this is our ticket.
This is you and I together,
Yep.
holding hands into the afternoon here at Keeneland
Into
Racecourse. Exactly, into battle. Sometimes it feels like a battle when tackling these, but it's great. I mean, that's the thing about it. These sequences are so good. So 4, 7, and 8 to start things off in a race that Dr. Syke Lee, the number 7 horse for Brad Cox, will be one that a lot of folks will take a look at. We've got Built, a horse that the number 4 horse in race number 7 that was beaten by East Avenue at Ellis, and East Avenue obviously came out of that race to win the Grade 1 Claiborne Breeders' Futurity, and then finding coverage in the Indian Summer and the Castle and Key Bourbon as far as the other legs are concerned. So
you know what? I mean, this is our combined ticket, but if I really wanted to get crazy on this Sunday, I might do all but Idiomatic as a separate ticket, all but Idiomatic, and then single the 8 Golden Afternoon in the Bourbon. Right? I mean, sometimes you just got to get a little crazy.
Let's go. Why not?
If you're going to make money.
Race number 6 is going to be my best angle of the day. This is a starter allowance race going 6.5 furlongs. A trifecta. 9 over 3, 4, 10 over 3, 4, 10. It's a $9 ticket. And the key being the number 9 horse, that is Charter Oak for Kelly Martinez. She wins a lot of races at Prairie Meadows, wins a lot of races at Fauner over in Grand Island, Nebraska. And this gelding has been in phenomenal form this year. She claimed this horse for $7,500, she and her client, Robert E. Coffey, and they've won a couple of allowance races, finished 3rd in a second-level allowance race last time out. But this performance against Two Other Than Company was very impressive, in my opinion. Laid off the pace, made a run at him, 109 flat the final time. He's just been in good form. He's in this starter race, and Kelly Martinez brings a couple of horses over here to Keeneland, it seems, each and every meet. Maybe not every meet, but she brings horses that fit this circuit. So I like Charter Oak, the number 9 horse, on top over the 3, 4, and 10 with some speed horses. Like a Salt Shaker, he's got course form here at Keeneland. Spycraft has been in good form as well, and he'll get some attention. And then finally, the number 10 horse, Top Gun Tommy, who I honestly don't know what to do with coming in from Del Mar. I wonder if he's good enough. It was a big win. It was a big speed figure for Georgie P. George Papadromu at Del Mar. Moves over to David Jacobson. They're protecting him here. But his form prior to that was not all that good. But still, that was a big-time performance, and California speed is dangerous wherever they show up, and obviously showing up here in Lexington. But I'm going with the Iowa Invader, the number 9 horse on top of this trifecta, Charter Oak in race 6.
All right, I'm going to take us one race prior to that, race number 5, and I actually really like this horse. Now, with the scratches, it takes a little pace out of the race. I still think that there is enough pace for this horse to get a perfect trip. Lots of speed, can close. One of the many reasons why I like this horse. Another reason, he ran in the Franklin Simpson last time out, Grade 1 event at Kentucky Downs. He didn't have anywhere to go. Look at him on the rail. Look at him on the rail. He wants to go. Has absolutely no room. And that is a brutal trip for a horse like this, who has a very short window, a very short burst. You have to ask him at the right time. After that, Louis, he asked him, and then it didn't work out, and then he kind of wrapped up on him. 6.5 furlongs is probably stretching his distance limitations as well. Now he cuts back to a traditional 5.5 furlong, gets the inside post position, gets a lot of speed. You can see how excited I am about this horse. I'm so excited. I handicapped this race, and I was like, yes, I found the winner.
What's his price?
With world record out and Baxley, they obviously contributed to the pace. So that disappoints me a little bit, but there's still plenty of pace. The 8 is in there. The 7 is in there. Bear River's in there. All of those horses want to be fast. So.
Speaking of those couple of horses that scratched out of this race, they were cross-entered in a race on Thursday. Mm-hmm. So we'll get a chance to see world record. They're opting for that dirt race, which I believe is the same condition, if memory serves correctly.
Makes sense for world record, for sure.
So we'll get a chance to see them compete next week looking ahead. So those are our best angles. Let's go to Tom Leach for his long shot pick on this Sunday.
Our long shot play on the card today comes in a maiden race, the 7th. We're going to go with number 10, Tavern Time. Tavern Time is by a $7,500 stallion and was purchased for $250,000 at a 2-year-old sale earlier this year. So somebody saw something that they liked. Cherie DeVoe is the trainer. I think Tavern Time is an interesting price play in this 7th race, the maiden affair today on a tough Keeneland card.
Cherie is easy to lean on. She had Rebel Red win yesterday. She had that 2-year-old win yesterday. And
Montalcino the day before.
She's had a good weekend, to say the least. There have been some barns that have had good weekends, but Cherie has really brought it. And even in defeat with like more than looks yesterday, he ran a giant race. I mean, he was flying late.
One of these days, when he gets the right pace and the right trip, he will win. I'm going to bet him every time. I'm just going to lose money.
If they run him in the Breeders' Cup Mile, the FanDuel Breeders' Cup Mile, he's going to have pace in that race.
Yes, he will.
He's going to, if he can time it right, get the splits, whatever it comes down to, he is going to be good enough to win the Breeders' Cup Mile.
He's grade 1 worthy. 100%. I'm still very disappointed about yesterday. Let's move on. Happy Sunday.
Happy Sunday. It's okay. It's okay. Happy Sunday.
I've made 2 bets this weekend, and both of them have finished second, so that's how I'm doing.
It's going to change today. You're all in on Hedwig, right?
That's right.
Hedwig carries the mail for you this weekend.
Let's do it.
For Gabby, I'm Scott. Enjoy this beautiful Sunday of racing, headlined by the Grade 1 Juddmonte Spinster, and obviously the headliner in there, the winner of last year's event, Idiomatic. Enjoy the races today, Keith. Looking for bloodstock that shapes the world? You can find it here. Foundation mares that will shape the breed. Weanlings with prime potential. Your next moment in the winner's circle. It's all waiting for you here at the world's marketplace. Keeneland November Breeding Stock Sale, where the future is found. Beginning Tuesday, November 5th.
Wandering son returns. The older brother, who's been away from the family for over 1,000 days, is back. A little bolder, more sophisticated, stronger yet leaner. The all-new Land Cruiser resumes its place alongside the new, more dynamic Tacoma, the powerful Tundra, the legendary 4Runner, and the full-size adventuring Sequoia to reunite Toyota's 5 brothers. The family that plays together stays together. Toyota, let's go places.
You have to be here to feel the rumble from 40,000 race fans mixed with the Pacific breeze. You have to be here to taste extravagance and witness greatness race after race after race. You have to be here to witness unforgettable and to believe the unbelievable. This November, be at Del Mar for an experience that's truly a breed apart.
Keeneland welcomes Blue Note to the paddock. Blue Note is the newest University of Kentucky a cappella group and is open to all UK choir members. The group appears every year at UK choral concerts and are featured during the annual college holiday performances. Today, Blue Note will first present our state song, My Old Kentucky Home.
The sun shines bright on my old Kentucky home. 'Tis summer, the children are gay. Children are gay, corntops ripe, and the meadows in the bloom, while the birds make music all the day.
Ladies and gentlemen, please rise as you are able for our national anthem.
Oh, say, can you see by the dawn's early light what so proudly we held at the twilight's last gleaming, whose broad stripes and bright stars through the perilous fight o'er the ramparts we watched were so gallantly streaming, and the rockets' red glare, the bombs bursting in air, gave proof through the night that our flag was still there. Oh, say, does that star-spangled banner yet wave o'er the land of the free and the home of the brave?
Keeneland is proud to recognize Ron Reimer with the Programs Department as the Employee of the Day. Congratulations, Ron. Good afternoon. Welcome to Keeneland Racecourse. Time now for a check of the John Deere track and turf conditions. Main track is fast. The turf is firm. Rail at 20 feet on the turf course today. Changes beginning in the first race, where the first of the day is rolling doubles and pick threes, and also the early pick five get underway. In that opening event, scratch the 4 Anglican and scratch the 9 Wyoming class. That's in the first race. Scratch the 4 Anglican and scratch the 9 Wyoming class. Second race, start of the early pick 4. Scratch the 6 Suna and scratch the 12 Mystify. That's in the second race. Scratch number 6 Suna and scratch the 12 Mystify. Please note number 13 Melis Birkin draws into the race. Contrary to the program, the jockey Marcelino Pedroza waved the bug, the weight 119. 13, Melis Birkin draws into the race. Jockey Marcelino Pedroza, the weight 119. Third race, take out the also eligibles. 13, 14, 15, and 16, they did not draw into the race. Fourth race, scratch the 10 Montador. Scratch the 10, Montador. Also, please note the jockey for number 7, Prom King, J.J. Meza. Number 7, Prom King, jockey J.J. Meza. Race 5, start of the pick 6, no carryover. That's also the start of the Keeneland Turf pick 3, made up of races 5, 8, and 10. In that fifth race, scratch the 5 World Record. Scratch the 6 Baxley. Also scratch the 9 Barksdale and scratch the 14. What you talking about? That's in race 5. Scratch number 5 World Record. Scratch the 6 Baxley. Scratch the 9 Barksdale. Also scratch the 14. What you talking about? Please note number 13 draws into the race. 13 Summer in Adrienne. The jockey Gerardo Corrales. 13 Summer and Adrienne will run jockey Gerardo Corrales. Sixth race, start of the late pick 5. Scratch number 2, El Cerrito. Scratch the 5, King of Kentucky. And scratch number 8, My Grass is Blue. That's race 6. Scratch the 2, El Cerrito. Scratch 5, King of Kentucky. And scratch 8, My Grass is Blue. Seventh race, start of the late pick 4. Scratch number 1, Master Controller. And scratch the 12, Wise Decision. That's in the seventh race. Scratch the 1, Master Controller. And scratch the 12, Wise Decision. Please note, number 13, Into Inspiration, draws into the race. Jockey will be Jaime Torres. Number 13, Into Inspiration, draws into the race. The jockey, Jaime Torres. Eighth race, the Indian Summer, presented by Keeneland Select. Scratch the 5, Dream Away. That's in the eighth race. Scratch number 5, Dream Away. Jockey change for the 1, Bad Gal Party, Jaime Torres, the jockey. That's number 1, Bad Gal Party, Jaime Torres, the jockey. The weight is +3. Overweight number 3, GW's Girl. Again, the weight is +3. And please note, number 13, Finding Felix, draws into the race. Contrary to the program, jockey Christian Torres. 13, Fiddling Felix, draws into the race. Contrary to the program, though, the jockey Christian Torres. The ninth race is the featured Grade 1 Juddmonte Spinster. There are no changes in race 9. 10th and final race, the Castle and Key Bourbon. In that 10th event, scratch the 7 Barricade. Scratch the 14 Poster. Scratch 15 Coal Moon. That's in the 10th and final race. Scratch 7 Barricade. Also scratch 14 Poster and 15 Coal Moon. There's a jockey change on number 3, Siesta Key. That'll be Luan Machado. 3, Siesta Key, the jockey Luan Machado. Please note, number 13, Fleming, draws into the race. 13, Fleming will run Tyler Gaffalione as programmed. No carryover for that Toyota Super High 5. Time now to check in with Scott Hazelton and Gabby Gaudette.
Welcome back to Keeneland Racecourse for our first Sunday card of the fall meet here in 2024. Scott and Gabby with you through the course of the afternoon. And Gabby, more stakes action. Final 3 races of the day, all stakes races, starting with the Indian Summer presented by Keeneland Select. And then the Grade 1 feature, the Grade 1 Juddmonte Spinster. Juddmonte's got the horse to beat, and they've already had a good day because earlier this morning over in Paris, they picked up their 7th win in the Group 1 Arc de Triomphe with Blue Stocking.
I believe the success is going to continue through the afternoon with the likes of Idiomatic. Nothing against the rest of the field that she's facing today, but she simply just looks like the best mare on paper. She has good tactical speed to the inside, and she's just accomplished more than the rest of the field to date. She's a champion, and she is simply the horse to beat.
Final race of the day. As mentioned, more stakes action. Grade 2 Castle and Key Bourbon for 2-year-olds looking to punch their ticket to the Breeders' Cup Juvenile Turf on the 1st of November over at Del Mar. But enjoy this 10-race card. Beautiful weather once again here in Lexington, Kentucky at Keeneland Racecourse.
Additional change to report at Keeneland in race 2. Jockey change on number 2, Jailhouse Religion, Rafael Bejarano. Please note, second race, number 2, Jailhouse Religion, the jockey, Rafael Bejarano.
Happy Sunday to all of those coming out here to Keeneland Racecourse. It's a phenomenal card, once again, headlined by the Grade 1 Juddmonte Spinster. A little bit later today, the graded stakes action will be kicking off later, but there's plenty of time to make money before then, including in today's opener. This is a maiden $30,000 claiming race, 1 1/16 on the main track. And one thing to keep in mind, I always say this, at 1 1/16 on the main track, it tends to favor front runners. However, Sound of Victory, I think, can get the right type of trip mid-pack behind some of the speed, because I do have a little fear about some of the speed getting the 2-turn 1 1/16 distance. I think Sound of Victory can sit down on the inside, about a couple lengths off the pace, and then just come with that closing run. I know that he did get a class relief last time out and didn't run very well, but I still think that that was a tough field. He didn't get out of the gate that day. I think this is the right spot for him, and the circumstances are right for him to get the win. 7 is a horse that I think will be setting the tempo early. Now, I do question the stamina for this horse. He went the 1-turn mile last time out in the mud at Gulfstream Park. He set the pace as the heavy favorite against a very manageable field that day, and also it was a slow pace. So although I think he can run well, I don't think I want him at 8-5. I do question whether or not he's going to be able to handle the 1 1/16, where he has to even maybe go a little bit faster. I think there's other pace in here that could run with him. That other pace would likely be the number 5, moving to Kentucky. We saw Chris Davis pull off a upset win on opening day in race 1 with a wire-to-wire winner, and with a Burnin' Hot was the horse's name. Same type of circumstances, 1 1/16 wire-to-wire winner. I do think moving to Kentucky is going to get pressed by the 7, though. I don't think he's going to be able to make the lead by himself today, going the 1 1/16, but at least all of his races have kind of led him to hopefully have the most success at a 1 1/16 today in terms of his stamina and his fitness. He's making his 4th career start, but first off, the claim for Chris Davis. Chris Davis, when he teams up with Luis Saez, they tend to win a lot of races, just shy of 25%. on the year with disc jockey trainer duo. So obviously another one to consider. I think when you're approaching this race, you have to ask yourself, do you think the speed is going to last, or do you think the speed is going to stop and set up for a closer? I think the latter. I think the One Sound of Victory gets the right type of trip. Let's take a closer look at these horses as they come trackside. We're 14 minutes out from the opener. This race does kick off that early pick 5. Good luck.
The horses are entering the track for Keeneland's first race, a maiden claiming event, 3-year-olds and up, a $30,000 claiming price, a mile and a 16th over the fast main track. Race will finish in the short stretch at the first wire. Scratch the 4, Anglican. Also scratch the 9, Wyoming class. Double and pick 3 wagering start of the early pick 5. Fast track firm turf today, post time in 5 minutes. A reminder, the rail is set at 20 feet on the turf course.
Four minutes out to kick off this early pick 5 sequence, and I took a closer look at some of these horses trackside and picked out the 2 that really stood out to me. The 5 being one of them, Moving to Kentucky, first off the claim for trainer Chris Davis. Just like how this horse is acting. Now he's warming up. You can see ears are forward, just looks like a happy horse under this warm up under Luis Saez. And again, he's a horse that when you look at the rest of the field, they're a little bit on the lighter side, really not holding on to much condition physically. This horse is not the case. He's actually has great condition off the claim, good coat, everything about him just looks great. I do wonder what kind of trip he's going to get with the presence of the 7 in here. He has speed. Maybe he needs the lead. Maybe he doesn't need the lead, but I do think he's going to be forwardly placed, and I like the way he looks. The other horse was the 6, Westeros, first off the claim for trainer Greg Foley, another horse. These 2, the 5 and the 6, had the most size and scope to them, I would say. Westeros looks great off the claim, and he's another one that, you know, if the pace falls apart, I went to the one on the rail, but if the pace falls apart, this is a horse that's going to be picking up the pieces late. He looks very good coming into this outing. He's tried a distance of ground before in the past to no avail. Obviously, all of these horses are looking to break their maiden, but I do think that the mile and a 16th could be okay for him. Again, sometimes this distance on the main track at Keeneland does favor front runners, but a lot of people have that in mind, and they might all be going, and then it creates a little bit of a pace scenario that sets up for a closer. But from a physical standpoint, like I said, the 5 and the 6 stood out to me for today's opener. Once again, pick 5 kicks off now. We are 3 minutes out from today's Sunday opener. Good luck.
horses have reached the starting gate for Keeneland's first race, start of the early pick 5. Moving into line for the first. And Kaises goes in. Money Hungry comes forward. National Eclipse. Moving to Kentucky, moves into line. Crusader Conrad, the last one. Goes in, first wire at the post. And they're off. There goes Moving to Kentucky out for the lead, and Kaises has some early speed as well with Money Hungry. Crusader Conrad away fourth to the far outside, and then National Eclipse back toward the inside is fifth. Moving to Kentucky has the lead, though. Moving to Kentucky against the rail, leads it by a half length. Here's Kaises to draw alongside from second. Money Hungry stacks up 3 wide, close third, a half length off the lead. Then a break of 6 more lengths back to Crusader Conrad. Outward from the rail, fourth by just a neck. National Eclipse is fifth back toward the inside. Then Westeros is in sixth. Sound of Victory is seventh, and Crabtree last of the 8. Opening quarter went in 23.23 seconds. And it is Kaises the leader. Money Hungry second on the outside, and these two separated by just a half length. Moving to Kentucky is third. Gap of 5 more lengths, then back to Crusader Conrad, who's fourth in between horses. National Eclipse to the inside of that one. Westeros to the outside. Sound of Victory 8 lengths off the lead. And Crabtree last. 47.58 seconds the time for the first half mile. And Money Hungry kicks on clear of Kaises, who's now lost second to Moving to Kentucky. And Kaises continues to lose ground against the rail as they move around the far turn. National Eclipse goes to third, Westeros to fourth, the leaders at the quarter pole, and it is Money Hungry with the lead. Money Hungry leads it but has company. Moving to Kentucky is there, and National Eclipse swings out to the center of the track to the top of the short stretch. Here comes National Eclipse to the far outside, and Moving to Kentucky is there between horses, and these two now come forward to contest the lead as they move through the final furlong. Further back, Sound of Victory to third, but National Eclipse kicking on for the wire with Francisco Arrieta. National Eclipse comes home in front to score a 22-1 upset to get things started.
Well, it was a pretty honest pace early. A couple of horses vying for that front-running position, and they all faded. The 5 actually held on quite well, all considering to finish third, but it definitely set up for those closers, and the horse that got the first jump on the speed was the number 3, National Eclipse, closing from off the pace, picking up the pieces and pulling off a huge upset here. 22-1 winner in today's opener. 3-1-5-8 unofficially for the first.
Unofficial results of Keeneland's first. 3 National Eclipse finished first. 1 Sound of Victory was second. 5 Moving to Kentucky third, and 8 Money Hungry fourth. 3-1-5-8 unofficial. In the winner's circle for Keeneland's first race, the unofficial winner, number 3 National Eclipse. Winner owned and bred in Kentucky by Andy Sauve. Brian Williamson trains, and Francisco Arrieta is the winning jockey. National Eclipse, a 3-year-old son of Alternation, out of Midnight Eclipse by Malibu Moon. 1 minute 46.16 seconds for the 1 1/16 over the fast main track. First race results official. 3-1-5-8, the official results. Keeneland's second race upcoming. Double and pick 3 wagering started the early pick 4. Fast track firm turf today. In the second race, scratch number 6, Suna, and scratch the 12, Mystify. A reminder, the jockey of the 2, Jailhouse Religion, will be Rafael Bejarano. Bejarano rides the 2. 13, Melly's Birkin draws into the race. It'll be Marcelino Pedroza, the jockey. Corrected weight, 119 pounds.
Moving on to the second race, nice big long shot if you had that horse in the opener. We'll see what happens in the second race, as I think it's going to be a little bit on the chalky side. The number 10 horse, Wherever We Are, first-time starter for trainer Wesley Ward at 4-5. I played this angle yesterday, and I'm going to stick with it once again today. Wesley Ward with maiden claiming first-time starters at Keeneland. It's about 35%, and that ROI is approaching $3. Positive ROI if you bet this angle. He knows where to place his 2-year-olds. He knows where to place his older horses, but especially unraced horses. At the maiden claiming level, at the maiden special weight level, it's just an angle that I'm going to keep going with. And I'm honestly surprised that you get that type of ROI. You're not going to make a lot of money with this horse in this race, but if you consistently bet this angle, you are making money and profiting at the end of the day. The number 8 horse, We Hear You, a second-time starter for Brett Calhoun. This horse did debut on the turf at Ellis Park over the summer, but she's a filly by Audible. She's out of White Waves. There are 2 siblings to have raced. One was a dirt horse, one was a turf horse, so maybe this is a dirt horse. She clearly did not handle the surface first time out. She also didn't get out of the gate. If you do that first time out, sprinting on the turf, it's not going to be a good end result for you. So We Hear You. I'm kind of approaching her as a first-time starter in this event. And then the number 1, Equal Success, I'll throw into the mix. She's a filly by Outwork. She's out of a Malibu Moon mare. They paid $10,000 for her. But Joe Sharp and Tyler Gaffleone have had so much success over the course of the past couple of months that I can't leave this filly off any ticket. They had a good meet at Kentucky Downs. They had a good September meet at Churchill Downs. And that success certainly should continue here at Keeneland. Joe Sharp sends out this first-time starter. Now, she's going to have to work out a trip from the rail post position, but there are a lot of first-time starters in here. Maybe this is a filly that has some speed, and she can kind of outbreak some of the other horses that she's facing here today. There's a lot of unknowns. I'm very curious to get a closer look at these horses and how they're looking and how they're behaving. So stand by on that. We'll get a closer look at these horses when they come trackside. But we are 17 minutes out from race 2. Pick 4 starts now. Good luck.
The horses are entering the track for Keeneland's second race. Maiden claiming race, 2-year-old fillies, $50,000 the claiming price, 6 furlongs over the fast main track. Scratch the 6, Suna. Scratch the 12, Mystify. Jockey for the 2, Jailhouse Religion, will be Rafael Bejarano. And a reminder, number 13, Melis Birkin, draws into the race. Contrary to the program, the jockey is Marcelino Pedroza, the corrected weight, 119 pounds. Double pick 3 and start of the early pick 4. Fast track firm turf today, 6 minutes to post.
Looking at some other horses on the track outside of the even money favorite. Your favorite looked fine, but I wanted to touch on some other horses in here. The number 1, Equal Success, being one of them. First-time starter for Joe Sharp. I mentioned how well this duo has been doing over the course of the past couple of months. Joe Sharp teaming up with Tyler Gaffleone. And this filly looks really fit first time out. And she also looks pretty racy. There are a couple of fillies in here that are a little bit on the bigger side, and I kind of tend to think that maybe they'll improve with more distance, but she looks racy enough to, I think, be able to be a factor. Also, her presence, I would be surprised if she's really tardy out of the starting gate. She just looks really sharp today on the track. You can see her just have that energy and that focus that you always like to see with a first-time starter, especially when you're talking about 2-year-olds. The number 3, Little Bit of Storm. I wouldn't be surprised if this horse could maybe outrun her odds. I don't think it's a talent issue. I think it's kind of a mindset issue. And you can see Colby Hernandez just trying to get her on and trying to get along with her, I would say. I don't love how she's acting right now. She wasn't acting like this a moment ago when I was looking at her in the post braid. Hopefully he can kick her on and get a good warm up into her. Maybe she's one that can outrun her odds, but again, she wasn't acting like that a few minutes ago. Finally, the 11, Western Woman. I also liked her as a physical as well. I spoke to Chris Davis just a minute ago, and he said physically she should be ready today, but that mental component, just not sure of. She should be one to maybe be picking up the pieces late, maybe 3/4, he said, is a little on the shorter side, but she's been working well in the morning. And I like her presence. I really do. When I see how she's behaving, and even from a physical standpoint compared to the rest of the field, I thought that she was one of the better turned out horses in this field, and she gets the likes of Luis Saez, who had a very good day yesterday, has started this Keeneland fall meet off in a very strong way. She's 11-1 right now, but she has to beat the Wesley Ward runner at even money. That is the number 10 horse, as we are 3 minutes away from race number 2 to kick off this early pick 4. Good luck.
Horses have reached the starting gate for Keeneland's second race, start of the early pick 4. Moving into line, race 2. Baby Lady and Wicked Revolution into the gate. Sweet Bebsy comes forward with Wherever We Are. Western Woman moves into line. Mellie's Birkin, the last one, comes forward. Goes in, they're at the post. And they're off. Wicked Revolution broke alertly. Sweet Bebsy and Baby Lady have early speed as well. Loves the Answer comes away running in the 4th position. And then a little bit of storm, 5th down toward the inside. Mellie's Birkin moves up 2 spots from 6th. Up on the far outside, Western Woman 7th. Equal Success is 8th. We Hear You is 9th onto the far turn. And then Jailhouse Religion in the 10th spot. Wherever We Are is last of 11. 22.48 seconds was the time for the opening quarter. Baby Lady, a 3-length lead as they round the far turn. Sweet Bebsy is giving chase against the rail, trying to close the gap from 2nd, then a gap of 3 more lengths back of her to Mellie's Birkin, who goes wide to the center of the racetrack as they come off the far turn. It is a quarter mile to go here for Baby Lady. Still has a 3-length lead. Sweet Bebsy is in 2nd position. Loves the Answer, tries to get going. Here's Equal Success looking for room down toward the inside. Sweet Bebsy to the lead. Equal Success up the inside. Loves the Answer from the outside. Here's Equal Success coming up the rail past the 16th pole for Gaffaleone. Equal Success to win it. Sweet Bebsy 2nd. Loves the Answer 3rd. Mellie's Birkin 4th.
Equal Success make that continued success for this dynamic duo. We mentioned prior to the race that Joe Sharp has teamed up with Tyler Gaffaleone to lead to many victories, especially as of late. And honestly, it just worked out for this filly. Tyler Gaffaleone had a very patient trip down on the inside. The rail opened up. He had plenty of room to work with. Probably 3 paths off the rail was the 5 coming down the stretch, and she pulls away with this victory. She gets the win at 9-2 here. Your unofficial winner of race number 2 to kick off that early pick 4.
The unofficial results of Keeneland's second race: number 1, Equal Success first. Number 5, Sweet Bebsy second. The 7, Loves the Answer third. 13, Melly's Birkin fourth. 157.13 unofficial. Second race results official. 157.13, the official results. Official winner of race 2, number 1, Equal Success, owned by International Equine of David Flynn, Epona Racing Stable of Brian Colnan, Joe Sharp the trainer, and Tyler Gaffalione the jockey. Equal Success, a 2-year-old filly by Outwork, and of Equities by Malibu Moon. Winner bred in Kentucky by Rose Hill Farm, 6 furlongs, 1 minute 12.14 seconds over the fast main track. We direct your attention to the winner's circle at this time. Leslie Janica, coordinator of the Kentucky Equine Management Internship Program and the Kentucky Equine Management Interns for Fall 2024, are honored to accept a donation of $10,000 from Shannon Arvin, President and CEO of Keeneland, and representing Juddmonte Farms, Jackie Smith, Financial Controller. The Kentucky Equine Management Internship Program provides opportunities to college students interested in careers in equine management. Students enrolled in the program integrate academic studies with practical experience, leadership, and responsibility as an intern on a central Kentucky thoroughbred farm. Keeneland's third race upcoming. Turf is firm, rail at 20 feet today. Take out the also eligibles, 13 through 16. They did not draw into the race. Your attention, please. In Keeneland's third race, a late scratch, scratch number 2, One Happy Island. Late scratch, scratch number 2, One Happy Island.
Turning our attention to the third race on today's card, do take note that there is a late scratch in this race. The number 2, One Happy Note, as we just heard from Kurt Becker. One Happy Island, excuse me, the number 2 is a scratch. And unfortunately, that was my top selection. So I am scrambling right now to try to find a top selection. I default into my second pick, which is the number 10, Good Long Cry, right now at 5-1. This horse has just been incredibly consistent, and I also think has faced some pretty tough horses at the maiden special weight level. Last time out, she went 1 1/16 over good listed ground just to lose by a half length. Prior to that, she lost by a length, but she just looks like an improving filly. And I also think that with those races under the belt, going 1 1/16, the cutback in distance to the flat mile might help her. She ran well at 6 furlongs. She sat off the pace and finished a good second. And then when she stretched out to 2 turns at 1 1/16, then she started to show a little bit more speed. I definitely don't think she's a need the lead type. I think she's one that maybe at a mile can sit a stalking trip and go on from there. But Good Long Cry, she's going to be the top selection now with the scratch of the 2. The number 12, Bembridge Ledge, is another one that I was considering. She ran really well first time out at Kentucky Downs. Now, when you look at the Kentucky Downs meet, it definitely seemed like, especially the first couple of days of the meet, you couldn't make up a ton of ground. Everybody was talking about it being a little bit speed favoring, especially inside speed favoring. And she certainly was helped by that fact, but I like the speed that she showed that day. She certainly is bred to handle a distance of ground. She's by English Channel. She's out of a Giant's Causeway mare, and she at least has the speed in order to get position from that outside draw. Finally, the number 6, Rather Distinct, is the horse I'll throw in third for Eddie Keneally. She, I think, got caught behind a very slow pace that never materialized for her. But despite that, I thought ran really well. And Eddie Keneally's horses, they tend to get a little bit better with time and experience. I love this cross with her pedigree. We've seen many, many good horses have this type of cross. I believe City of Troy even has this cross, the Justify with a Galileo mare on the bottom side. It screams 2 turns on the turf. I'm going to give her a little bit of a pass for her first race in a paceless race. She looks like she's going to get more pace to close into today. Rather Distinct certainly looks intriguing at odds of 8-1. We'll get a closer look at this field as they come postward, but we're 15 minutes out from the third race. Good luck.
The horses are entering the track for Keeneland's third race. The Stonehaven Steadings, maiden special weight 2-year-old fillies at 1 mile over the firm turf, the rail at 20 feet. Scratch the 2, One Happy Island, and also scratch the also eligibles 13 through 16. Double and pick 3 wagering featured here. Post time at 6 minutes.
Taking a closer look at some of these fillies on track for the upcoming third race. And the 3, Sonja Henie, looks really, really well on the track today. She's a filly by Keeneland. She's out of Theater Star. Theater Star also for Glen Hill Farm. This is obviously a homebred for Glen Hill. And I just love the pedigree here, first and foremost. This Theater Star obviously was a very talented turf mare. She could go short and long. She was multiple graded stakes place. And in fact, Jack Sisterson, the trainer of this 2-year-old filly, also has the full sister named Ocean Club, who won a grade 3 back in September. So familiarity with the family is always a plus. And this filly does get the likes of Frankie Dettori aboard today. I just like her as a physical to be effective first time out. And you can clearly tell that this is what she wants to do, is 2 turns on the turf. So we'll see what she can do this afternoon, but she definitely caught my eye walking out to the track. The number 7, Yellow, is a horse that I really didn't know what to do with. They debuted her at the Belmont at Aqueduct meet against Maiden Special Weight Company. She lost to Italian Soiree that event. Then she came back to run in the sorority. Both of her races on the dirt, she's been soundly defeated. I know that she's been second in both of those events, but she's been soundly defeated, 5 lengths and 7 lengths, respectively. When I looked at her on the track, though, she actually has a little bit of a turf look to her, so I can understand why they're getting this surface here for the first time and maybe getting the most out of her. We'll see what she can do. I don't know how good she is at the end of the day, but I actually don't mind the surface change for her after looking at her physically on the track. The number 8, Golden Sunshine, just to her outside. She comes out of a second-place finish behind Destino Doro, who ran in the Jessamine. Now, the problem with that last race, and again, a lot of people seem to think that Kentucky Downs was speed favoring, but the winner closed from off of the pace to win that day, and I also thought it was a fast pace that set up for closers. So maybe that enhanced her performance a little bit. I think you have to consider or ask yourself, do you believe her first race at Horseshoe Indianapolis, or do you believe her second race at Kentucky Downs? If you believe her second race at Kentucky Downs, well, then she is definitely a main threat in this field. But look for her to have a closing kick in the late stages of this race, going a mile at Keeneland. Race 3 is coming up next. Good luck.
The horses have reached the starting gate for Keeneland's third race, the Stonehaven Steadings. Moving into line, race 3. Reagan Alice comes forward. Bred to Run goes into the gate. Here's My Angel Does. Rather Distinct moves into line. Bembridge Ledge, the last one, comes forward. Goes in. They're at the post. And they're off. There goes Reagan Alice. Reagan Alice quick out of the gate. Zealous Moon is there to the inside. And then Emmy Blue as they go down into the first turn. Good Long Cry will join that group toward the front, forwardly placed, but has to go a bit wide, 3 lanes off the rail. Around the first turn, Reagan Alice against the rail will have the early lead, 3/4 of a length. Good Long Cry goes to second. Emmy Blue is third. Bembridge Ledge on the outside is fourth. Zealous Moon fifth against the rail by 3/4 of a length. Sonia Henney is alongside of her. She travels in sixth. Bred to Run a wide seventh off the first turn and up the back stretch. My Angel Does is eighth. Rather Distinct is ninth. Golden Sunshine is in 10th. Yellow last of the 11, 22.89 seconds the time for the opening quarter. It is Reagan Alice who shows the way, but only by 3/4 of a length. Good Long Cry is right there on the outside, opening half mile, 47.64 seconds. Bembridge Ledge has to go toward the far outside, 3 lanes off the rail, but moving up onto the far turn from third, a half length off the front pair. And then Emmy Blue, fourth back toward the inside. Sonia Henney is in fifth between horses, 5 lengths off the lead. Zealous Moon is sixth, and then Bred to Run is seventh. Reagan Alice chased by Good Long Cry Cry, who takes the lead off the turn. Emmy Blue goes toward the inside to second. Sonia Henney is in third. Bembridge Ledge is still in fourth. And then Zealous Moon looks for running room, now goes to third. Here's Emmy Blue up the inside to challenge Good Long Cry. Zealous Moon is coming from the outside. Golden Sunshine from far back to fourth. Here's Zealous Moon, a final try, and that'll do it. Zealous Moon, Jaime Torres, 49-1.
Well, the early pick five is going to be healthy today. We kicked off the day with a 22-1 shot, followed up by a decent price, and then this one, 49-1. The number one, Zealous Moon, closes from off of the pace, winning like a good thing, picking up the pieces late, passing the two fillies to her inside, the 10 and the 9. She surely didn't win like a 49-1 shot. She pulls off a big upset here in race number 3 for trainer Riley Mott.
Unofficial results of Keeneland's third race. Number 1, Zealous Moon was first. Number 10, Good Long Cry second. Number 9, Emmy Blue third. Number 8, Golden Sunshine fourth. 110.98 unofficial. Third race results official. 110.98 the official results. Official winner of the third race, the Stonehaven Steadings. Number 1, Zealous Moon, the upset winner, owned by Chiefswood Stables of Robert and Mark Grimble, trained by Riley Mott. Jaime Torres, the winning jockey. Zealous Moon, a 2-year-old Filly by The Factor, out of Ambitious Moon by Malibu Moon, bred in Kentucky by Chiefswood Stables Limited, 1 mile over the firm turf, 1 minute 36.42 seconds. In the winner's circle, the Stonehaven Steadings Trophy presentation to the connections of Zealous Moon. Keeneland's 4th race upcoming. Main track is fast. Double and pick 3 wagering featured here. Scratch the 10, Montador. Scratch number 10, Montador. A reminder, the jockey for the 7 Prom King, J.J. Meza. 7 Prom King, J.J. Meza, the jockey.
Really interesting group of horses coming up next, 17 minutes away from the fourth race on today's card. 7 furlongs on the main track will be the distance and the surface for this maiden special weight, 2-year-old boys. I really didn't know what to do here, so I wanted to find a horse that would offer a bit of a price, and that's the number 9, Triple Up. This colt, he's by Upstart, and a lot of the time I pay attention to the productivity of the mare and just what kind of horses that the mare was able to produce or has been able to produce. And this mare, 0005, she's been able to produce hardy horses that have multiple wins and many starts. I like to see that. Sometimes it doesn't always lead to precocity, but sometimes it does lead to just good horses that run often and win often. I hope it does lead to success with a number 9, Triple Up. Really, this is just kind of one of those races where you have an educated guess and you swing for the fences and you hope for the best. I like the fact that he's 12-1. I figured we'd get a price similar to this, so I'm going to stick with the number 9, Triple Up, but definitely want to get a closer look at him as he comes trackside in a few moments. The number 4, CK Wonder, we at least have been able to see this horse run a couple of times. He's a son of Vacoma, who has been outstanding this season. This horse has also been bet in both of his starts, 5-1 in his debut, 4-1 in his second start. I liked his debut a little bit better than I did his second start. Maybe it was because of the muddy track that helped him a little bit, but I also thought that the trip did him no favors last time out. He didn't show as much gate speed, and ultimately that led to a very wide trip. He was about 6 wide, and that compromised his chances, in my opinion. Maybe third time's the charm for this horse. 7 furlongs should help him get into the game a little bit sooner as well. The number 3, Sir Gallivant, is the horse that I'll round out the trifecta with, the son of Practical Joke, sent out by Brad Cox, Florent Giroux aboard. The half-sister, Tempted Fate, was a really good Arkansas bred. Again, a horse that had a lot of starts and was very solid. And again, Brad Cox, first-time starters at Keeneland. He usually sends out live runners this time of year during the fall meet. So I can't go to this horse on top, per se, just because of the work tab. He's been working for a really long time. It's taken him a long time to get to the races. I don't always love that for 2-year-old first-time starters, especially coming out of a barn like Brad Cox's, but I will throw him into the top 3. Curious to get a closer look at some of these individuals as they come trackside. They'll be getting riders up in just a few moments, and we'll get a closer look at them. We're 15 minutes out from the 4th. Juddmonte is pleased to sponsor the Best Turned Out Awards today at Keeneland. Representatives from Juddmonte will judge the horses in the paddock prior to each of their named races and present the groom responsible for the Best Turned Out racehorse with a $500 cash award.
The horses are entering the track for Keeneland's fourth race, the Mandaloon, maiden special weight, 2-year-old, 7 furlongs over the fast main track. Scratch the 10, Montador, number 10 is scratched. Jockey for the 7, Prom King, is J.J. Meza. Double and pick 3 wagering featured. Post time at just 6 minutes.
The Juddmonte Best Turned Out Award goes to Moises Hernandez, the groom to the number 2 High Limit. Congratulations to Moises, and good luck to the number 2 High Limit in this upcoming 4th race. We'll start talking about this horse here, High Limit, sent out by D. Wayne Lucas. He does come back to the dirt today. When I look at his form and when I look at his pedigree, I am not surprised to see why they tried him on the turf in the last 2 starts. He's the son of Justify. He has Giants Causeway on the bottom side. Obviously, that hasn't panned out yet, but his turf races seem to be a lot better than his dirt races. So I don't know if this is the right surface for him, but he does look well on the track today. The number 11 horse, Cromwell, first-time starter for trainer Cherie DeVoe, who's had a sensational start to the Keeneland Fall Meet thus far. I always say this because it's worth noting that Cherie sometimes focuses on horses just getting experience in their first start, getting some fitness out of their first start, and then they come back and pop with a big race in their second start. I will say, though, this horse looks handy enough. He looks incredibly fit first time out, and I love his energy. Really like what I see here, and apparently he's been working very well and quickly in the morning as well. He is a clocker pick. If you tuned into today at Keeneland, the number 11 Cromwell definitely looks the part. The 6 Tremendously is another first-time starter. Picked this horse up for $300,000. This is a son of Honor AP, who stands for $10,000. And I always like to see that high price during their 2-year-old, at a 2-year-old in training sale. Sometimes that kind of leads to precocity and being able to win first time out. This horse has a sharp bullet workout on the 26th of September coming into this race at Ellis Park. I like to see that. Overall, his work tab has been quick at Ellis, and I would be surprised if he doesn't show gate speed. He's all leg, too. I still think he's got a lot of growing to do. You can see him, and again, this 2-year-old, he's He's actually an early foal in February, but he is a very big horse, and I still think he has some growing to do. 7-8 seems fine for him. I think even farther will be better, but he seems perfectly capable of achieving this distance at first asking. I like the aggressive warm-up that Hall of Famer Johnny Velasquez is getting him as well. The number 6 tremendously. Very interesting group of 2-year-olds. We'll see who finally breaks the maiden today in race 4.
The horses have reached the starting gate for Keeneland's 4th race, the Mandaloon. Your attention, please. A late scratch. Scratch number 9, Triple Up. Late scratch in Keeneland's 4th race. Scratch number 9, Triple Up. Scratched by the stewards on the advice of the veterinarian. Moving into line, 4th race. Sir Gallivant goes in. CK Wonder. Crooked Bullet comes forward. Cromwell. It's in my blood. The last one goes in. They're at the post. And they're off. Tremendously broke absolute last. And here comes Two Monarch up the inside for the early lead. Two Monarch kicks in the opening strides. Crooked Bullet there to the outside, though, to apply some pressure from the second spot. CK Wonder away a close-up third as they head up the back stretch. Cromwell fourth on the outside. Prom King is fifth back toward the rail. Cuban Cowboy sixth. High Limit is in seventh. It's in My Blood is eighth. A gap of 8 more lengths back to Sir Gallivant, who's in ninth. And Tremendously is last of the 10 as they head on to the far turn. That opening quarter in 22.1 seconds. Two Monarch is the leader. Two Monarch leads it by 3/4 of a length. Crooked Bullet is second by 3 lengths. CK Wonder third, a length and a half. Cromwell is fourth up on the outside by just a neck. Cuban Cowboy is fifth back toward the inside. As they round the far turn, It's In My Blood is next, but still running nearly 10 lengths off the lead. Two Monarch brings the field off the final turn and into the stretch and has the lead by 3. By 3.5, Two Monarch in front. Crooked Bullet second, CK Wonder third. Cromwell is fourth on the outside. Now here comes CK Wonder. CK Wonder's taking aim now at Two Monarch as they move through the final furlong. CK Wonder has gotten the lead now. CK Wonder with Corey Lannery aboard to win it. CK Wonder. Two Monarch was across the wire in second, followed by Cromwell in third. And then Sir Gallivant further back came up the inside, fourth.
Third time's a charm for CK Wonder, the son of the white-hot Vekoma. Gets up for the victory just in the nick of time under Corey Lannery for trainer Dale Romans and Mark Stanley, the owner. The 4-horse CK Wonder gets the win in race 4 at 3-1. It's 4-1, 11-3 unofficially across the finish line.
Unofficial results of Keeneland's fourth race. Number 4, CK Wonder first. Number 1, Two Monarch was second. The 11, Cromwell third. Number 3, Sir Gallivant fourth. 4-1, 11-3, unofficial. Into the winner's circle for race 4, the Mandaloon, the unofficial winner, number 4, CK Wonder, owned by Mark Stanley, trained by Dale Romans, Corey Lannery, the jockey. CK Wonder, 2-year-old son of Vacoma, out of Dad's Silver Pitcher by Giants Causeway. Winner bred in Kentucky by Daily Bloodstock LLC and Tommy Winty. 7 furlongs over the fast main track, 1 minute 24.81 seconds. Fourth race results official, 4-1, 11-3, the official results. In the winner's circle, the Mandaloon Trophy presentation, Shauna McElroy, Katie Rose Thornton, and Emma English, representing Juddmonte, present the trophy to the connections of CK Wonder. Keeneland's 5th race upcoming. Double and pick 3 wagering. Start of the pick 6, no carryover. Start of the Keeneland Turf pick 3, made up of races 5, 8, and 10. Scratch the 5, World Record. Scratch the 6, Baxley. Scratch the 9, Barksdale. And scratch 14, What You Talking About? A reminder, number 13, Summer and Adrienne draws into the race. Jockey Gerardo Corrales. 13, Summer and Adrienne draws into the race. The jockey Gerardo Corrales.
Moving along to the fifth race on today's card. Pick 6 starts now, as well as the $3 Keeneland Turf Pick 3, a wager that I absolutely love. And it does start here in 16 minutes. I also love a horse today, and that's the one Hedwig. Can't say that I love the price, but it is what it is, as they say. This race on the turf course at 5.5 furlongs for an allowance event. So the deal with Hedwig last time out, he ran in the Grade 1 Franklin Simpson Stakes last time at Kentucky Downs, and he had a brutal trip. He got a ground-saving trip, but sometimes when you save ground, you also fall into traffic issues, and that was certainly the case. He had nowhere to run for the majority of the race, and especially at a very pivotal point of the race when Luis Saez asked him, he had nowhere to go. And unfortunately, he had to shuffle back. He checked a little bit. He finally found a path, and then he had nothing left for the end of the race. I also think 6.5 furlongs is a little too far for him. He is a true turf sprinter. Sometimes 6.5 furlongs at Kentucky Downs plays more true to a mile on the turf. So the cutback in distance is preferred. He also gets a ton of pace in here to run at. I just hope he doesn't fall into the same issue that I had last time out in saving ground and having traffic issues. I liked Our Shot yesterday for John Terranova. Luis Saez was aboard him in the turf sprint. He needs to ride this horse the same exact way as he rode Our Shot to victory on yesterday's card. The 2 Run Carson is my second selection for trainer Kelsey Danner. This horse lost by a neck against Fandom last time out, really outrunning his odds at Saratoga, 36-1. This is a nice horse, and he hasn't been respected a couple of times. First time out, he won at 15-1. He came back to finish a good third on the dirt at 7-1. Fact of the matter is, he is a true turf sprinter, and he is very fast. I do wonder if he can take back and still be successful. He did show a rating gear last time out, which is why I picked him in second. I do wonder how this inside post position makes things a little bit more tricky for him. He had an outside post position, post 9 of 9 last time out, and that afforded him the ability to rate. I don't know if he has those options today. We'll see what jockey Adam Beschizza decides to do. And then the 8, Spirits Mischief. I picked him because he's on, I shouldn't even say he's on the outside of all the speed, because Bear River is really quick. The 12, Apollo 10 can be quick sometimes as well. Horsepower, the 10 has a lot of speed. So Spirits Mischief is really going to have to work out a trip. But it's Wesley Ward and a turf sprint, and it's also Frankie Dettori riding for Wesley Ward, which I always find it really difficult to toss these horses. He also set really fast fractions considering the condition of the turf last time out at Saratoga, and despite those fast fractions and dueling the entire way, he still put off a win, and that was his first time off of a very long layoff. So you would have to think that maybe improvement second off the layoff is in store for him, and that could definitely lead him into the winner's circle. But it might be a tricky time navigating this trip with likely pace pressure today. It's a good group of horses. Definitely looks like a lot of speed on paper. We'll see how it all plays out in 12 minutes. Race 5 is up next. Again, the start of the $3 Keeneland Turf Pick 3, races 5, 8, and 10. Good luck if you're playing.
Horses are entering the track for Keeneland's 5th race, the Ashview Farm, allowance for 3-year-olds. 5.5 furlongs over the turf, listed firm, the rail at 20 feet today. Double and pick 3 wagering, start of the pick 6. Start of the Keeneland Turf pick 3, made up of races 5, 8, and 10. Scratch the 5, World Record. Scratch the 6, Baxley. Also scratch the 9, Barksdale. And scratch 14, What You Talking About. A reminder, number 13, Summer and Adrienne, draws into the race. Contrary to the program, the jockey is Gerardo Corrales. Post time in less than 5 minutes.
This is a very competitive group of horses on paper, and then also when you look at them physically, they all look very evenly matched, like a very fit, awesome-looking group of horses here. But the one Hedwig I like, I'm going to stick with him. Sometimes I can change my mind after I take a look at them on the horse path or on track. That was not the case with the number 1 Hedwig. He looks fit. He looks ready to go. It looks like a happy horse there under Luis Saez. So I'm pleased with how my top selection looks. We'll take a look at some other horses that offer a bigger price. The number 10 Horsepower. I was curious to see this horse in the flesh. He just looks like a very fast, very strong individual. Joe Orsino has sent a small string to Kentucky. He sent out a couple of horses out at Churchill during the September meet. They all ran very well. It just seems like the horses that he's brought to Kentucky have been well meant and well spotted. So keep that in mind with this horse, because he is a big price at 13-1. I know there's a lot of pace in this race, and he's certainly one that could press that issue, but he looks like an improving type, and physically I like what I see. The 11 Bear River, I have seen him many times in the past, and sometimes he's a horse that can hold on to a lot of condition. Today he looks very fit and very dappled. I like to see that with this horse, especially considering the campaign that he's had. He's raced 10 times this year. You don't see that often, especially with a 3-year-old, but he looks a little more fit today. And again, he's dappled, and that obviously is a sign that a horse is doing well. Finally, the number 12, Apollo 10. He's going to have to work out a trip from this outside post position. I think the 6.5 furlongs at Kentucky Downs was too far for him in the Franklin Simpson last time out. He was involved early and then just stopped. He comes back, or when you look at his race in the Mahoney, when he ran against Ren Carson, he actually had a treble trip that day. So he's one, too, that with the right trip could be a factor here late. And he is 7-1 on the board. Really good betting race coming up next. As you heard, the call to post for 1 minute out from race 5.
Horses have reached the starting gate for Keeneland's 5th race, the Ashview Farm. Start of the pick 6, start of the Keeneland Turf pick 3. Moving into line, race 5. How's your attitude? Horsepower, both move into line. Here is Silent Heart. Bear River goes in. Now Apollo 10. Summer and Adrienne, the last one. Goes in, they're at the post. And they're off. Apollo 10 and Horsepower. Silent Heart have speed. Joe Shiesty quicker than all of those three, however, and has the lead. Hedwig moves up the inside now into the 4th position. Horsepower backs away into 5th as they make the move up the back stretch. It's followed by How's Your Attitude in 6th. Spirit's Mischief moves by. To the outside of that one, moves up 2 spots from 7th. Bear River will go a wide 8th onto the far turn. Run Carson is caught in some traffic down in tight toward the rail next to last, and Summer and Adrienne has to go wide from last. 20.66 seconds the time for the opening quarter. Joe Shiesty is leading it by 2 lengths. Silent Heart is second. There's a quarter mile to go. Then a gap of 2 more back to Apollo 10, who's third. Hedwig is 4th back toward the inside. Joe Shiesty is chased by Apollo 10. Silent Heart between that pair. These 3 into the final furlong, and Joe Shiesty still the leader. Apollo 10 tries to find more. Joe Shiesty, Apollo 10 second. Joe Shiesty, Apollo 10 is still trying. Joe Shiesty, Apollo 10. Joe Shiesty wins at a half length. Apollo 10 second. Silent Heart was across the line 3rd, and Bear River from the outside 4th.
Trainer Eric Foster has always thought that Joe Shiesty has been a quality turf sprinter, and that has certainly been the case. And the last 2 starts, he's kind of fallen off the map, but boy, did he come back in a big way at 9-1. He showed the speed that we're used to seeing. We thought it was going to be a very fast, contentious pace, and it was a very fast, contentious pace. But Joe Shiesty keeping up here towards the front end and pulling off an upset at 9-1 under jockey Luan Machado. 3:12.7 unofficially across the finish line for race number 5.
Unofficial results of Keeneland's fifth race. Number 3, Joe Shiesty first. Number 12, Apollo 10 second. The 7, Silent Heart third. 11, Bear River fourth. 3, 12, 7, 11 unofficial. Race 5, results official. 3, 12, 7, 11, the official results. In the winner's circle for Keeneland's fifth race, the Ashview Farm, the official winner, number 3, Joe Shiesty, owned by Foster Family Racing of Brooklyn Foster, owned by Lonnie Reynolds, Vicky Mills, and Donald Coombs, trained by Eric Foster, Luan Machado, the jockey. Joe Shiesty, 3-year-old gelded son of Air Force Blue, out of Ready to Unleash by More Than Ready, bred in Kentucky by Rodney Orr. Keeneland sales graduate Joe Shiesty, 5.5 furlongs over the firm turf, 101.82. In the winner's circle, the Ashview Farm Trophy presentation to the connections of Joe Shiesty. Early pick 5 today pays on 4 of 5 with a carryover of $265,934. And that carryover will apply to the early pick 5 on the Wednesday card here at Keeneland. Again, a $265,000 early pick 5 carryover, and that will carry to the early pick 5 on Wednesday's Keeneland card. Keeneland's sixth race upcoming, double and pick 3 wagering start of the late pick 5. Scratch the 2, El Cerrito. Scratch the 5, King of Kentucky. And scratch the 8, My Grass is Blue. Fast track firm turf.
Second half of the card begins on this Sunday at Keeneland with race number 6. Starts the late pick 5 on this 10-race card with 3 stakes races in those final 3 legs of this late pick 5. This is a starter allowance race going 6.5 furlongs and horses coming from all different directions. I'm going to go with the Iowa Invader. Charter Oak, the number 9 horse for Kelly Martinez, comes into this race off of some good runs over at Prairie Meadows just outside of Des Moines, Iowa, and Altoona, Iowa, to be specific. And he ran off a couple of wins for these connections after they claimed him for 7,500, and he was in good form at that point in time. He's a horse that likes to lay off the pace and stalk and pounce, and he was able to win those allowance races off of the $7,500 claim. Now, his most recent start, he finished third to a runner that would end up being third against Stakes Company in his subsequent start. So you got to respect the form, the company that he's held, even in defeat in that last race. And I had a feeling he'd be overlooked a bit here coming over from Prairie Meadows, but those are some pretty quick races, and trainer Kelly Martinez has sprung some upsets in the past year at Keeneland Racecourse. So I'll take a shot with Charter Oak, the number 9 on top, come on over with that good form from Prairie Meadows in Iowa. The number 3 horse, Like a Salt Shaker, 3-1, second choice right now in the wagering for Brittany Vandenberg and Morisco Brothers Racing. He's got course form. He's got a win here at Keeneland Racecourse here several years back, and a gelding that has run some good races as of late. He caught a sloppy track last time out at Churchill Downs, couldn't quite keep up that day after not having the cleanest brakes, but he is more than capable in these starter ranks of winning here at Keeneland. And as I said, he's won here in the past over this main track, which is a positive. And the horse that I have a hard time sorting through or judging is Top Gun Tommy. Now, he is the current favorite at 5-2. He comes in from Del Mar off of a nice win by 4 lengths in a 12.5 claimer, $12,500 claimer. It was really good. But was that a one-off? The question I have is what led to that kind of performance versus the prior runs that we saw from him at Del Mar in 20 races, running for 20, I should say, in the starter 12.5 for 50. I mean, he dropped down to 12.5 to get that victory, ran very fast. David Jacobson brings him over here to Kentucky off of that win for George Papadromo. It's just a matter of whether he can replicate that. If he does, he'll be tough. There's no question about it. We know how fast the track is playing here today, but this is a step up. That's the one thing that concerns me with Top Gun Tommy. As good as he was for 12.5, these are better horses today here at Keeneland. I promise you that. So he's going to have to bring it once again if he's able to pull off this back-to-back win scenario that he's looking for, something we've seen from him in the past if you go back to the earlier part of 2024 and even in 2023. But we'll see. We'll see how Top Gun Tommy fares at odds of 5-2. He's popular. Good luck in the late pick 5, 15 minutes to post, race number 6, phenomenal betting race, and we've seen some very good races so far on this Sunday. Good luck at Keeneland.
The horses are entering the track for Keeneland's 6th race. Starter allowance, 3-year-olds and up. 6.5 furlongs over the fast-made track. Doubled in pick 3 wagering. Start of the late pick 5. Scratch the 2, El Cerrito. Scratch the 5, King of Kentucky. And scratch 8, My Grass is Blue. Fast track, firm turf this afternoon. Post time, 6 minutes.
Taking a look live out to the course as Spycraft, the number 4 horse, warms up under Declan Cannon. This is a 7-year-old gelding who's a 13-time winner, and there's a lot of success in amongst this group, and that's what you tend to get in these starter allowance races, especially at a race course like Keeneland. And he's a horse that is in good form as of right now. He won for $25,000 2 starts ago. He won in the slop last time out, surprising the handicappers at the very least. He was nearly 12-1 that day. He's won here at Keeneland in the past. So another one that you've got to consider who's in good form at this level. And he's a good price. He's 6-1 right now on the board for trainer Jason Cook, 7-year-old son of Discreet Cat, who's made nearly $500,000 in his racing career. The number 7 horse, Lloyd, sits at 4-1 on the board right now. Gray son of Bernardini with Tyler Gaffleone in the saddle. Coming in from Monmouth Park up in New Jersey. Comes into this race with some good form as well. I like the way that he came out onto the course. He was really nudging the pony along like, let's get out there, let's get moving onto the course. And I thought that was a positive sign. He makes his Keeneland debut. And the fact that Tyler Gaffleone jumps aboard has to be viewed as a positive, and certainly a part of the reason why he sits at 7-2, coming out of those allowance races, starter optional allowance races at Monmouth Park, back in against the starter types. We saw him run in a starter 16 3 starts ago, and he was very competitive. But this is just the definition of a competitive group. Tend to have horses in these starter ranks that come in with such good form. And when you're running for this kind of purse money, as we are at Keeneland Racecourse in Kentucky, you're going to get together a good group of horses, $50,000 purse and a starter 10 to start the late pick 5. Pick 5 pool continues to grow, nearing $350,000. It'll eclipse that the next click. You've got 3 minutes to get involved with race number 6 and the pick 5 here at Keeneland.
The horses have reached the starting gate for Keeneland's 6th race, start of the late pick 5. Moving into line for the 6th. Top Gun Tommy goes in. Here's Spycraft. Blowtorch. Lucky Shot comes forward. Born Flawless, the last one. Goes in, they're at the post. And they're off. Here comes Lloyd with Born Flawless. Spycraft join them. Spycraft moves up, and Spycraft from between horses with Like a Salt Shaker to the inside, and now Like a Salt Shaker kicks in, puts ahead in front. Spycraft will go second. Lloyd settles back into the 3rd position. Born Flawless is 4th. Top Gun Tommy far outside 5th. Lucky Shot had to check in some traffic in the first few strides. Now regains some momentum down to the inside, but is in 6th position. Blowtorch will be a wide 7th to the far turn. Charter Oak is against the rail in 8th, 7 lengths off the lead. Gap of nearly 7 more. Back to Communication Memo. Opening quarter went in 21.78 seconds. Around the far turn, Like a Salt Shaker against the rail, leading Spycraft by a half length. Top Gun Tommy has to go to the far outside 3rd, 2 lengths off the front pair. Lloyd is still toward the inside. In 4th, looking for more running room. Then Lucky Shot. Charter Oak had to switch lanes toward the outside, is in the center of the track, and is still running some 7 lengths off the lead. Spycraft coming after Like a Salt Shaker. Lucky Shot is in 3rd. Top Gun Tommy is 4th. Like a Salt Shaker is still there and is still challenged by Spycraft and Lucky Shot. Lucky Shot, a final run after Like a Salt Shaker. Like a Salt Shaker, resilient to win it for Chris Amy.
Two for two at Keeneland. Like a Salt Shaker, able to keep on going as he's taking pressure. May even been headed and passed at this point in time by the number 4 horse late in the lane in Spycraft, but he continues on in that inside. And trainer Brittany Vandenberg, as she passed this horse off to the pony, she said to her husband, Chris Amy, who's in the saddle, have fun. They just did. You win again at Keeneland. Congratulations. Well done. 2-1 on Like a Salt Shaker.
Unofficial results of Keeneland's 6th race. Number 3, Like a Salt Shaker first. 6, Lucky Shot was second. 4, Spycraft third. 10, Top Gun Tommy fourth. 3, 6, 4, 10, unofficial. Into the winner's circle for Keeneland's 6th race. The unofficial winner, number 3, Like a Salt Shaker, owned by Marsico Brothers Racing, of Jonathan Lewis Jr., Lewis III, and Michael Marsico. Brittany Vandenberg, the trainer. Chris Amy, the jockey. Like a Salt Shaker, 6-year-old gelded son of Peace and Justice. Out of With Sprinkles by Harlan's Holiday, bred in Pennsylvania by Glenbrock LLC. 6.5 furlongs, 1 minute 17.46 seconds. Sixth race results official. 3, 6, 4, 10, the official results. Keeneland's 7th race upcoming. Double and pick 3 wagering start of the late pick 4. Fast track firm turf today. Rail at 20 feet on the turf course. In the 7th race, scratch the 1, Master Controller. And scratch the 12, Wise Decision. A reminder, number 13, Into Inspiration, draws into the race. Contrary to the program, the jockey, Jaime Torres. 13, Into Inspiration, draws into the race. The jockey, Jaime Torres.
Race number 7 starts the late pick 4 here at Keeneland Racecourse. Maiden special weight event, 2-year-old, 7 furlongs the distance here for this 7th event. Scratch the number 1 as well as the number 12. The current favorite is the 4 Built, who we'll get to second up in this paddock side discussion. Tuscaloosa, the number 8 horse for Windstar Farm and Sienna Farm, is a son of Candy Ride that was purchased as a yearling last year for $700,000. Comes out of the Rudy Brisset barn and has some quick workouts here at Keeneland. The workouts have really picked up since coming over from Windstar, where you see those published workouts of WSR. Steady workouts, last 3 works, quick gate workout, Tyler Gaffleone in the saddle. I think the reason we're getting 6-1 on Tuscaloosa is because of all of the attention on the 4. And to me, you've got to keep that in mind. I don't view the 6 as a runner that is cold on the board, given what he's done in the mornings and being a first-time starter, well-bred at a high purchase price. But I think there's a bit of an overreaction when it comes to Built and the way he's being played. I thought this horse was live coming into this race, but at 8-5, the money that it is making him 8-5, the number 4 horse, my second choice in here, Built, is because of who beat him on debut at Ellis Park. Now, granted, he's had some fast workouts as well. He looks phenomenal down there in the paddock. But he was beaten by East Avenue, who blew the doors off the Grade 1 Claiborne Breeders' Fraternity. And East Avenue, that was his only race when he beat horses like Built in that common race on the 24th of August. He's a son of Hard Spun for the Eclipse Thoroughbred Partners, trained by Wayne Catalano. And to me, this looks like getting the team back together, because you may remember Eclipse Thoroughbred Partners and trainer Wayne Catalano won the Breeders' Cup Sprint back in 2021 with a son of Hard Spun by the name of Aloha West. So here's a team that has done well with this kind of pedigree. They purchased him as a 2-year-old earlier this year for $260,000. And he's had some quick workouts, there's no doubt about it. But just viewing this race as a whole, I think that just from a 30,000-foot perspective, when looking at the wagering, this is all because of what East Avenue did yesterday and that common race, which we'll see. And it's a very good thing to pay attention to when you're handicapping these races, trying to find those common horses that have run versus these horses in Maiden Special Weight Company and what they've been able to do. East Avenue may just be in a different league altogether in the 2-year-old ranks, given what we saw from him yesterday in the Claiborne Breeders' Fraternity. But Built, obviously live, second time out, a lot of reasons to like this son of Hard Spun. And then the number 6 horse, Master Sommelier for Andrew McKeever, colt by Tappet, out of the Blonde Pequi, who is a daughter of Giants Causeway. He's been quick too. He's been quick with his workouts, a couple of 59 bullet workouts here at Keeneland, 1 out of the gate, 1 not. So Edgar Morales in the saddle, 11-1 on the board right now. We'll see how he fares. Might be one to keep an eye on and use later on down the line, given the Andrew McKeever program tends to build horses up through races, especially in the early days of their career. But this is a very good race. The 7's getting attention. We'll have more thoughts here on race number 7 as we move forward. But a reminder, start of the late pick 4, and Gabby and I coming together with a ticket here in this $30 investment in the 50-cent minimum wager, going 3 deep to start things off, 4, 7, and 8, utilizing Dr. Cycli as well, the Bolt d'Oro colt, who was a high purchase price for Matacat Stables, and Robert LaPenta, Florent Giroux, Brad Cox, connections that you lean on, right, in these kinds of situations. So 3 deep to start. Race number 8 will go 4 deep in the Indian Summer presented by Keeneland Select, and go 2, 6, 7, and 12. Chasing Liberty for Rob Atras, the number 6 horse Pharaoh's Destiny, the number 7 horse Governor Sam, as well as the number 12, that is Floodlights for Wesley Ward, using both of those Wesley runners in there. The ticket is built around Idiomatic, and I think a lot of folks will take this approach, and I don't have any reason to think that she's not capable of doing it again versus this group. She to me, it overwhelms the group a little bit. Candied would be the alternative for me. I know Gabby had mentioned earlier this morning that there's cases to be made for a horse like Honored the Lady off of her win in the Delaware Handicap, but we've built this ticket around the shortest price favorite in this sequence, which will be Idiomatic in the Grade 1 Juddmonte Spinster, and then finding coverage in the Grade 2 Castle and Key Bourbon Stakes, which you have to with those 2-year-olds that are going to be tested going long here today, and many of them coming in with very good races. So coverage in the last, singling Idiomatic, and finding coverage in the first 2 legs of this sequence. However you see fit, get involved in the late pick 4, 15 minutes to post, race number 7 here at Keeneland Racecourse. Good luck.
The horses are entering the track for Keeneland's 7th race, the Elite Power, maiden special weight, 2-year-olds at 7 furlongs over the fast main track. Scratch the 1, Master Controller. Also scratch the 12, Wise Decision. A reminder, number 13, Into Inspiration, draws into the race. Jaime Torres is the jockey. Double and pick 3 wagering and start of the late pick 4. Post time in 7 minutes.
The Best Turned Out Award for race number 7, the Elite Power Stakes, Juddmonte Elite Power Stakes, goes to Jose Figueroa, the groom of the number 3 horse, Homer's Odyssey. Congratulations, Jose. And Homer's Odyssey, a colt of Not This Time, who cuts back in distance. He's done nothing but go long in his 3 starts. He'll cut back to 7 furlongs. You always have to be leery of these horses cutting back in distance. He's 11-1 on the board right now. Johnny Velasquez for Steve Asmussen. And we'll see how he fares here today. Steve Asmussen and his team do such a great job in turning these horses out. And well done to Jose Figueroa, once again, getting the Best Turned Out award. The number 10 horse, that is Tavern Time for Cherie DeVoe, son of Alternation, purchased for $250,000 earlier this year as a 2-year-old. Jose Ortiz jumps into the saddle. Cherie DeVoe's barn is going well. He's warming up nicely. This is Tom Leach's long shot, 13-1 on the board on Tavern Time in the West Point Silks, also combined with Hall Racing. Good luck to those connections. Good luck in the late pick 4. 4 minutes to post, race 7 here at Keeneland.
The horses have reached the starting gate for Keeneland's 7th race, the Elite Power, start of the late pick 4. Moving into line, race 7. Built and Can't Stop Munnings move into the gate. Here's Spin Back, taking his spot. Tavern Time comes forward along with Master Sommelier. Cornhusker Chris. Into Inspiration, the last one. Goes in. At the post. And they're off. Can't Stop Munnings broke alertly from between horses. Built has early speed. Tavern Time is right there. Homer's Odyssey now kicks in, and Homer's Odyssey moves up to challenge Can't Stop Munnings with Built in between that pair now to press the issue as well. Into Inspiration goes forth to the far outside. Tavern Time drops back a spot into 5th position. Dr. Cycly moves by 1 spot to the inside of that one from 6th up into 5th. Further back, Tuscaloosa will be wide to the far turn in 7th. And then a gap of 3 more lengths to Spin Back, who is in 8th. Rendered Judgment travels in the 9th spot. Master Sommelier is down toward the inside in 10th, and Cornhusker Chris is last of 11. 21.93 seconds was the time for the opening quarter. Homer's Odyssey guides the field around the far turn. Leads Built by a length and a half. Can't Stop Munnings is 3rd. Now here comes Built, making a more serious bid for the lead. Built moves up on the outside, draws alongside of Homer's Odyssey off the far turn as these two come stride for stride into the stretch. But now Built starts to draw clear, and Built has the lead. Can't Stop Munnings is 3rd. Dr. Cycly's trying to get going. He's 4th, though, toward the inside, and Rendered Judgment is in 5th. Final furlong. Built, Can't Stop Munnings is there, still a length and a half away. Built, Can't Stop Munnings. Rendered Judgment to the inside 3rd. Built is in front. Built. Corey Lannery, 2nd win on the card. Built wins it. Rendered Judgment up the inside 2nd. Can't Stop Munnings was 3rd. Dr. Cycly 4th.
Well, the money was spot on with Built as he continues to flatter East Avenue, the horse that beat him on debut at Ellis Park. But I'll tell you what, the way that this son of Hard Spun for the Eclipse Thoroughbred Partners sat off the pace, and once Corey took him off the pace and angled him out into the clear, he jumped into the bridle and took off. Very impressive performance by Built for trainer Wayne Catalano. Corey Lannery going off at odds of 2-1 to start the late pick 4.
Unofficial results of Keeneland's 7th race. Number 4, Built, was first. Number 2, Render Judgment, second. Number 9, Can't Stop Munnings, third. Number 7, Dr. Cycli, fourth. 4297, unofficial. Into the winner's circle for Keeneland's 7th race, the Elite Power, the unofficial winner, number 4, Built, owned by Eclipse Thoroughbred Partners of Aaron Wellman, trained by Wayne Catalano, the jockey Corey Lannery. Built, 2-year-old son of Hard Spun out of Sea Garden by Curlin, bred in Kentucky by Robert Lowe and Lawana Lowe. Keeneland's September graduate, Built. 7 furlongs, 123.96 over the fast main track. Results are now official. 2 wins today for jockey Corey Lannery. 4297, the official results. In the winner's circle, the Walker family, representing Judd Mott, present the trophy to the connections of Built for the Elite Power. Keeneland's 8th race upcoming, double and pick 3 wagering offered here. Starts the last of the day's rolling pick 3s. The Indian Summer, presented by Keeneland Select. Scratch the 5. Dream Away, number 5, is scratched. A reminder, the jockey for number 1, Bad Gal Party, will be Jaime Torres. Jaime Torres rides the 1. The weight is +3. Overweight, number 3, GW's Girl, 3 pounds over. And a reminder, number 13, Fiddling Felix, draws into the race. Contrary to the program, the jockey Christian Torres. 13, Fiddling Felix, jockey Christian Torres. Turf firm, rail at 20 feet.
Eighth race starts the late pick 3. It's an all-stakes late pick 3. Indian Summer to the Juddmonte Spinster on into the Grade 2 Castle and Key Bourbon Stakes to close out this Sunday card and opening weekend at Keeneland Racecourse. In the Indian Summer, there's a key scratch in the number 5 horse Dream Away, a filly that ran yesterday at Santa Anita, opting to ship out west versus coming here to Central Kentucky and really opening the door, in my opinion, for Governor Sam. He's done very little wrong. He's only had one defeat, and that was on debut when he ran in the Royal Palm Juvenile at Gulfstream Park, a race here in the last couple of years that's turned out to be a win and you're in for a 2-year-old race at Royal Ascot. He was part of the pace that day. The pace was absurdly quick on that ultra-quick Gulfstream Park turf course. And since then, he's gone undefeated. He's gone 3 for his last 3, broke his maiden at Saratoga, won the Tyro Stakes at Monmouth Park, won the Rosie Stakes at Colonial, and is trained by George Weaver, Bregman Family Racing, same team that combined with No Name Mets last year. And as far as the Bregman Family Racing is concerned, Paco Lopez knows this colt. The turf course is quick here today, has been quick all weekend. I don't see any reason why you can't lean on Governor Sam to perform well here today and catapult himself towards a start in the Breeders' Cup Juvenile Turf Sprint on the 1st of November at Del Mar. So I'm going a bit obvious here with the form and leaning on the number 7 horse in Governor Sam, and he's the second choice right now at odds of 3-1, obviously subject to change moving forward in the play and over the course of the next 17 minutes. The number 9 horse Raised the Bar for Steve Asmussen, McLean's Music colt, who's 5-1 on the board right now. We haven't seen him in a while. He was a debut winner here at Keeneland in the slop during the spring meet, formerly with the barn of Wesley Ward, has moved over to Steve Asmussen's barn here, the Texas-bred son of McLean's Music, and he tries grass for the first time. So we'll see how he fares here today. He was very impressive in the early portion of this 2-year-old campaign, and there's a good look at him. Looks very mellow down there. Looks like a very big, strong colt by McLean's Music as he gets ready for this stakes test with Johnny Velasquez, who rode him on debut. So going back to Johnny V in this instance, just went down a half a point to odds of 9-2. And then the number 2 horse Chasing Liberty, he's the favorite right now sitting at 2-1. Maiden winner on debut at Ellis Park, and then ran and finished second, finding some trouble in that race at Kentucky Downs, that $1 million juvenile sprint stakes, and a race in which he was placed first through disqualification. He was 22-1 that day. He may be outrun if he stays true to form early on, but he shouldn't be too far off the pace. The number 2 horse in Chasing Liberty with Florent Giroux back aboard yet again. We'll see if the 2-1 number holds up on him. But the thing with these 2-year-old races at this time of the year, and we'll see it in the Castle and Key Bourbon Stakes, is that to justify running a horse in and against Stakes Company, they had to have run a big race or broken their maiden largely, and that's what you've got here. So we'll see how it fares when they step up against tougher competition, and that's going to be the case. And the thing with Chasing Liberty or Governor Sam, they've been stakes tested. They've got that battle-tested nature on their side, so that's definitely a positive when you take a look at a group like this. Should be an interesting renewal of the Indian Summer Stakes presented by Keeneland Select. Once again, starts a all-stakes pick 3 in less than 15 minutes.
Horses are entering the track for Keeneland's 8th race, 7th running of the Indian Summer, presented by Keeneland Select. A listed stakes for 2-year-olds at 5.5 furlongs over the firm turf rail at 20 feet. Scratch the 5, Dream Away, number 5 scratched. Jockey for the 1, Bad Gal Party, Jaime Torres, the weight +3. Overweight, number 3, GW's Girl, the jockey 3 pounds over. And a reminder, 13, Fiddling Felix draws into the race. Contrary to the program, the jockey Christian Torres. Double and pick 3 wagering starts the last of the day's rolling pick 3s. Post time in less than 5 minutes. Now the post parade, number 1, Bad Gal Party, owned by Lawson Racing Stables of Peter Lawson, trained by Rohan Crichton. Jaime Torres is up. 2, Chasing Liberty, owned by Twin Creeks Racing Stable LLC of Stephen Davison and Randy Galat, trained by Rob Atras, Florent Giroux to ride. 3, GW's Girl, owned by Mag Racing LLC of Greg Massinelli, trained by Greg Compton, the jockey Jose Ortiz. 4, Out on Bail, owned by Case Chambers, Paradise Farms Corporation of Peter Procia, and by David Stodiker, trained by Mike Maker, Luis Saez to ride. 5 is scratched. 6, Pharaoh's Dynasty, owned by Billy Smith, Trevor Smith, Patrick Guthrie, and Chris Likens, trained by Wesley Ward, Frankie Dettori. 7, Governor Sam, owned by Bregman Family Racing LLC of Alex Bregman, Swinbank Stables LLC, Reagan Swinbank, trained by George Weaver, the jockey Paco Lopez. 8, Just Keep Looking, owned by Extreme Racing Stables LLC of Vicky McGowan, trained by Mac Robertson with Francisco Arrieta to ride. Number 9, Raise the Bar. Races for Doug Scarborough, trainer Steve Asmussen, jockey John Velasquez. 10, Moon Sniper, owned by Silverton Hill LLC, Bonnie and Tommy Hamilton, trained by Darren Miller, jockey Chris Landeros. 11, Jet Sweep Joe, owned by Hall Stables LLC of Sam Hall, Win the Day Racing LLC of Katie Barrelman, trained by Paul McEntee. Tyler Gaffalione is up. 12, Floodlights, owned by Lael Stables of Roy Jackson, trained by Wesley Ward, jockey Gerardo Corrales. And drawing into the race, number 13, Fiddling Felix, owned by Graham Gray Stables of Adam Ainspan, trained by Whit Beckman, jockey Christian Torres. Post time in less than 3 minutes. The horses have reached the starting gate for Keeneland's 8th race, 7th running of the Indian Summer Stakes, presented by Keeneland Select. Moving into line, race 8. GW's Girl moves into line. Out on bail. Moon Sniper comes forward. Jet Sweep Joe. Pharaoh's Dynasty. Going in. Governor Sam comes forward. Floodlights. Fiddling Felix, the last one. Moving into line. Goes in, they're at the post. They're off in the Indian Summer, presented by Keeneland Select. There goes Bad Gal Party out for the early lead. Governor Sam right there in the opening strides to press the issue as well. Floodlights comes away in third. GW's Girl is fourth. Jet Sweep Joe goes fifth. Raise the Bar, center of the course, moves up into the 6th position within 5 lengths of the lead. Pharaoh's Dynasty is in 7th. Out on bail is 8th. Just Keep Looking 9th. Moon Sniper 10th. Fiddling Felix 11th. Chasing Liberty, last of the 12. 20.81 seconds, the time for the opening quarter. Floodlights draws alongside of Governor Sam, who still has the lead by a neck against the rail. A quarter mile to go. A gap of 4 more lengths then. Back to Bad Gal Party, who's toward the inside as they straighten away for home. Here comes Floodlights after Governor Sam. Out on bail. Goes to third, still 6 lengths away. Governor Sam fighting on. Floodlights is there. Out on bail to third. GW's Girl chasing Liberty is 5th and still 7 lengths back. Governor Sam in front. Out on bail, a final try. Governor Sam wins the Indian Summer, presented by Keeneland Select, and there it is. Career win number 4,000 for jockey Paco Lopez.
What a great scene, seeing the congratulations while they're still all on horseback in the gallop out, and congratulations to Paco Lopez, and he gets the victory, 4,000th career win, and in a stake at Keeneland Racecourse. Governor Sam, part of the pace in this race. The 4 was rallying. He has maybe an excuse. He leaned in a little bit earlier in the stretch, but he was rallying. But Governor Sam, the wire comes up just in time, goes off at odds of 8-5, and he's 4 for his last 4, the son of Improbable. Very impressive today in the Indian Summer, presented by Keeneland Select.
Unofficial results of Keeneland's 8th race. Number 7, Governor Sam, first. Number 4, Out on Bail, second. Number 12, Floodlights, third. Number 2, Chasing Liberty, fourth. 7-4-12-2, unofficial. Race 8 results official. 7-4-12-2, the official results. Into the winner's circle for Keeneland's 8th race, the 7th running of the Indian Summer, presented by Keeneland Select. Number 7, Governor Sam. Owned by Bregman Family Racing, LLC of Alex Bregman. Swinbank Stables, LLC of Reagan Swinbank, trained by George Weaver. The winning jockey for the 4,000th time in his career, Paco Lopez. Governor Sam, a 2-year-old son of Improbable out of I'm Betty G by Into Mischief, bred in Kentucky by Stone Riggs Farm. 5.5 furlongs over the turf, listed firm 1 minute 2. 0.72 seconds. Now the trophy presentation for the Indian Summer presented by Keeneland Select. Joe Hancock, Platinum Keeneland Select member, presents to the connections of Governor Sam. Ladies and gentlemen, please join Keeneland in congratulating jockey Paco Lopez, who with this winning performance has recorded the 4,000th victory of his career.
Well, the Indian Summer presented by Keeneland Select belongs to Governor Sam, and the moment belongs to this man, Paco Lopez, 4,000 career victories. Before we discuss that journey to get to this milestone, how was the journey out on the race course with this very talented colt?
Oh, it's very good. Joe, he called me and said, Paco, the horse is ready. Whatever you want to do in the race, depends on the race. You want the lead, you want the lead. You want to go second or find out in the break. And he did it. He's a very nice colt. He's running very well.
When you reflect on 4,000 wins and the hard work that it's taken to get to this point, and the sacrifices that you and your family make, what are some of the things that come to mind to get to this stage of your career?
No, pues it's great. You know, when you work hard and then America give me the opportunity to ride here, and then I feel great to give me the opportunity to everybody.
You ready for another 4,000?
I try 5,000.
Go get it. Well done. Congratulations, Paco Lopez.
Thank you so much, sir.
Governor Sam getting this man to a milestone, 4,000 career victories, and in doing so, taking the Indian Summer presented by Keeneland Select.
Congratulations.
Thank you, Scott. Keeneland's 9th and featured race upcoming, 69th running of the Grade 1 Juddmonte Spinster Win on Your End Breeders' Cup Distaff Division race starts the last of the day's rolling doubles. Main track is listed fast. No changes in race 9.
You have to be here to feel the rumble from 40,000 race fans. Mixed with the Pacific breeze, you have to be here to taste extravagance and witness greatness race after race after race. You have to be here to witness unforgettable and to believe the unbelievable. This November, be at Del Mar for an experience that's truly a breed apart.
Grade 1 on this Sunday, the Grade 1 Juddmonte Spinster at 1 1/8 miles, a Breeders' Cup winning you're in for the Distaff Division, and Idiomatic is looking to defend her title after winning this race last year by 4 1/4 lengths, looking to join the likes of two-time winners of this race like Bayakoa back in the late 80s, early 90s, and Take Charge Lady back in 2003 and 02, and most recently the two-time winner Blue Prize, who did it in 18 and 19 for Ignacio Carreras and Maribel Stable, and she deserves to be this short of a price. Idiomatic was the dominant force in the Distaff Division last year, and obviously part of that dominance came right here at Keeneland. She would go on and win the Longines Breeders' Cup Distaff at Santa Anita. She has raced 4 times this season. It's not been as vigorous of a campaign at the age of 5 for this mare here in 2024. But she's picked up a couple of wins, won the Grade 1 La Troyenne in the slop. She was defeated in the Ogden Phipps at Saratoga, won at Monmouth, and most recently suffered a defeat at Saratoga in the Grade 1 Personal Ensign. Now, even with those defeats, she looks as though she's as good as she was last year, in my opinion, in Gabby Gaudette's opinion, and in the opinion of Brad Cox. He was talking about this earlier this morning to Tom Leach on Today at Keeneland, said there's nothing that has changed about her in her training and even with those losses. And he referred to the fact that she is heavily targeted now. Maybe last year snuck up on some folks given where she came from and the campaign that she powered through. And if you look at her most recent defeat going 1 1/8 miles in the Personal Ensign, the pace was ultra fast. Now, you can't imagine that it will be near as fast here today, because if it is, you would imagine that it's going to compromise some of these other fillies in here, like the number 3 horse Loved, who could be part of the pace pressuring her. Idiomatic, the realization is that she can just keep on going. She's got so much stamina and speed. It's going to be tough for these connections, even if they go on the attack early on in this race, for them to outlast her. She's just got lasting power. So Idiomatic deserving of the 1-9 favoritism in here. The number 2 horse Candied, the second selection at 6-1. She's a 3-year-old filly tackling older. This will be her second time facing older company. She did so in the Lady Secret back in June. This is a much different scenario than facing older horses in a listed stakes race at Monmouth. She proved herself to be a very good filly at Saratoga as a 3-year-old here this summer, finishing second in both the Coaching Club American Oaks and the Alabama. She'll be tracking. She'll hope that Idiomatic comes back to her. And that's going to be the plan of attack for this daughter of Candy Ride, who is a Grade 1 winner here at Keeneland. She won the Grade 1 Darley Alcibiades last year this time for these Eclipse Thoroughbred connections. And then Loved, the half-sister to Maxfield. This is a big step up in competition. She's been good over the course of her career, but stepping up to these kinds of fillies is really the question for this daughter of Medaglia d'Oro. She was beaten by Raging Sea in a Grade 3, the Double Dog Dare here last year, in April of this year, I should say, earlier this season. Raging Sea's the filly that beat Idiomatic, so she's going to have to step her game up if she wants to compete with the likes of Idiomatic here in the Grade 1 Juddmonte Spinster. Less than 9 minutes to post. The Grade 1 on this Sunday, the Juddmonte Spinster, coming up next from Keeneland.
The horses are entering the track for Keeneland's 9th and featured race, 69th running of the Grade 1 Juddmonte Spinster, win in year-end Breeders' Cup Distaff Division. Fillies and mares, age 3 and up, at 1 1/8 miles over the fast main track. No changes in race 9. This starts the last of the day's rolling doubles. Post time in less than 4 minutes. Parading to the post for the Juddmonte Spinster Grade 1. Number 1 is Idiomatic, owned by Juddmonte, Fahad bin Khalid, trained by Brad Cox, and the jockey Florent Giroux. 2, Candide, owned by Eclipse Thoroughbred Partners of Aaron Wellman, trained by Todd Pletcher, the jockey Luis Saez. 3, Loved, races for Godolphin LLC of Mohammed Al Maktoum and others, trained by Brendan Walsh and the jockey Tyler Gaffaleone. 4, Honor D. Lady, owned by Final Furlong Farm of James M. Thompson, Madaket Stables LLC of Saul Kuman, trained by Safi Joseph Jr. John Velasquez is the jockey. 5, Bow Draw, owned by Wesley Cook, trained by Henry West Jr. Aubrey Green to ride. And 6, Occult, owned by Alpha Delta Stables of John Clay, the trainer Chad Brown, the jockey Jose Ortiz. Post time in 2 minutes.
The Best Turned Out Award for the Grade 1 Juddmonte Spinster goes to Victor Hernandez, the groom of Occult, the number 6 runner. Congratulations, Victor.
The horses have reached the starting gate for Keeneland's 9th and featured race, 69th running of the Grade 1 Juddmonte Spinster. Moving into line, 9th race. Idiomatic moves into the gate. Candide comes forward. Here's Loved. Honor D. Lady. Bow Draw goes in. Occult, the last one. Goes in, they're at the post. And they're off in the Juddmonte Spinster. Here comes Candide, and here comes Loved, and Idiomatic to their inside. These three go to the front immediately as they head down to the first turn, and Idiomatic will move forward and take a narrow lead now. Candide will travel along in the second position. Loved backs away to the third spot, stays a lane off the rail around the first turn. Then a gap of 3.5 more lengths back to Occult, who is fourth to the inside and neck. Honor D. Lady is fifth, and a gap of 2.5 more back of that pair. Bow Draw is last here. Early opening quarter, 23.53 seconds. On to the backstretch they go. Idiomatic the leader. Idiomatic leads it by 1.5 lengths as Candide goes second by 2 lengths. Loved is third, 1.5 lengths. Then Occult, who's fourth down toward the inside. She is flanked by Honor D. Lady in the fifth position. Another length back of that one. Bow Draw trails the field. They've reached the midpoint of the backstretch. Idiomatic sets the tempo, 47.01 seconds the time for the first half mile. Now Idiomatic has opened up by 3.5 lengths as they go to the far turn. Loved is trying to find some running room to the inside of Candide in a battle for the second position as they move midway on the turn. Then Occult in fourth, Honor D. Lady is in fifth, and Bow Draw last of the six. It is still Idiomatic untested so far. Now, Candide's giving chase. Candide is second, still 3 lengths off the lead. And then Loved is third. They turn for home, and Candide makes a run at Idiomatic. Loved is third toward the inside as they work their way toward the final furlong. Occult is fourth on the grandstand side. Idiomatic still leads, though. Final furlong of the Juddmonte Spinster, and Idiomatic just opens back up here with every stride. 3-4 lengths to the good. Occult goes to second. Candide, then Loved is fourth toward the inside. No catching. Idiomatic winning the Juddmonte Spinster for Florent Giroux. After that, it was Occult, Candide, Loved, Honor D. Lady fifth, Bow Draw sixth. 1 minute, 49.04 seconds.
Yet another brilliant display from Idiomatic in the Grade 1 Juddmonte Spinster for the team at Juddmonte Farm and Brad Cox. She went quick. The fractions were not soft early on, and the key appeared to be the breather in which Florent Giroux gave this filly coming around the turn. Fillies came to her, but then gathering up that energy and kicking clear in the lane. A dominant performance for this daughter of Keeneland. Now another Grade 1 win for Juddmonte here at Keeneland Racecourse.
Unofficial results of Keeneland's featured ninth race. Number 1, Idiomatic first. Number 6, Occult was second. The 2, Candide was third. Number 3, Loved was fourth. 1623, unofficial. Race 9, results official. 1623, the official results. It's a repeat in the Spinster. Number 1, Idiomatic, the official winner, owned by Judd Mott of Fahad bin Khalid, trained by Brad Cox, Florent Giroux, the jockey. Idiomatic, 5-year-old daughter of Curlin, out of lockdown by first offense, bred in Kentucky by Judd Mott Farms Incorporated. 9 furlongs over the fast main track. 1 minute 49.04 seconds. Now the trophy presentation for the Judd Mott Spinster. A win and you're in. Breeders' Cup Distaff Division race. Dr. John Chandler presents to Garrett O'Rourke and all the connections at Judd Mott of Idiomatic, who captures the Grade 1 Judd Mott Spinster for the second consecutive year.
Juddmonte's Idiomatic takes the Juddmonte Spinster for a second consecutive year. Brad Cox and Ferrand Giroux aboard for the winning ride. They came at you in waves early on, and then they tried to come to you on the turn, it seemed. How were you able to get this filly to scoot away and relax and have everything thrown at her in the fashion that they did and ultimately pull away and win as easily as she did?
Well, I'm not sure to answer to your question, Scott. It's all up to her. She has a ton of ability, and she's a champion for a reason. She just have a very high cruising speed, and she's just a gifted racehorse. And she's just amazing. I just try to stay out of her way and try to guide her, the best possible way. Just very unfortunately, we lost 2 races this year, and I think, we could not, and it was probably my fault, but thanks, to the ownership, to sticking with me and give me another chance on her, and today it paid off.
She put on quite a display, as did you. Well done, Florent.
Thank you.
Brad, as you said to us earlier this morning on Today, Keeneland, you had no question that she was as good this year as she was last, even off of those defeats. Obviously, she puts that on full display here today. How would she compare in the version of last year to this year after watching what she did here and defending her title?
I want to start by thanking Prince Khaled's family for the opportunity with such a classy mare. And, look, our figures say she's as good this year as she was last. She's trained every bit as good this year as last year. And, look, I think this year she's had a little bit of a target on her back. She's been, pressed in some races where maybe last year she kind of, had things her own way. And look, she didn't always have to be on the lead. But overall, it's been a great year. She's 2 heads from being undefeated, and, proud of every time we've let her over there. She's never let us down. And, I'm glad she got to her resume today.
Congratulations on going back-to-back with this wonderful race mare.
Thank you.
Idiomatic, 2-time winner of the Grade 1 Juddmonte Spinster for Juddmonte Farm.
Thank you, Scott. Keeneland's 10th race upcoming, the Castle and Key Bourbon, a Grade 2, a win in your end Breeders' Cup Juvenile Turf Division race. Turf is listed firm today, the rail at 20 feet. No carryover for that Toyota Super High 5. Reminder, scratch the 7 Barricade, scratch the 14 Poster, and scratch the 15 Coal Moon. Jockey for number 3, Siesta Key, Luan Machado. That's 3, Siesta Key, Luan Machado. And a reminder, number 13, Fleming, draws into the race, Tyler Gaffalione as programmed.
Race number 10, 15 minutes to post, the 10th and final. We close out opening weekend with the Grade 2 Castle and Key Bourbon Stakes for the 2-year-olds, going 1 1/16 on the firm-listed turf course in a wide-open race, as we expected from a wagering perspective. And taking a look at the current odds, the number 2 horse Warlander for Winchell Thoroughbreds and trainer Steve Asmussen sitting at 9-2 right now. Here's a colt by Kitten's Joy, who has run 2 big races in his career against Maiden Special Weight Company. He was 3rd behind States Rights at Saratoga, going back to his career debut on the 27th of July. States Rights was an impressive winner yesterday in maiden company for Cherie DeVoe, and Warlander would come out of that race and break his maiden at Kentucky Downs as the clear favorite in a 12-horse field back just on the 1st of September, so just over a month ago. He's a good-looking colt by Kitten's Joy that Winchell Thoroughbreds paid $450,000 for him back in 2023, just over a year ago at the Keeneland September sale. 9-2 on the board. He looks like a horse that's got all kinds of stamina, especially when it comes to this group of 2-year-old runners. I love the price that we're getting at 9-2 on Warlander, but it's tough to get upset about any of the prices that we're getting in this very competitive group of 2-year-olds on the turf course. The number 10 horse, that is Clock Tower for Wesley Ward, right now 9-1 on the board. Here's a son of Not This Time, who really showed improvement in his 2 starts stretching out. He was debuted as a sprinter at Churchill Downs going 5 furlongs, but his 2 route races have really, to me, unlocked something, and he broke his maiden on the turf course at Kentucky Downs. Wasn't the quickest run race, but he toyed with the group that day, drawing off and winning by 6.5 lengths. But it's tough to ignore these sons of Not This Time, and daughters for that matter. Whether it's dirt, turf, they seemingly can do it all. So watch out for Clock Tower for Wesley Ward and Gerardo Corrales. And then finally, my third selection, the number 13, who sits at 14-1, drawing in off the also eligible. That is Fleming for Brendan Walsh and Godolphin and Tyler Gaffleone. He gives first preference to this colt here today. He was in a winner at Kentucky Downs. He was part of that quick pace when it came to that mile event in Maiden Special Weight Company, but took a step forward. He's shown progression in his 2 starts. Outside draw, we'll see what Tyler does from the outside post. He may be aggressive. Yesterday, he was aggressive from the outside draw when it came to the win with Carl Spackler. I know this is a different situation with an established older horse like Carl Spackler versus a young horse, but from the outside post, we'll see what Tyler opts to do with Fleming, the son of More Than Ready. But a very good race. The favorite is the number 6 horse. That is Cavallo Bay for Charlie Appleby, as this son of Pinatubo, who was a champion 2-year-old in Europe. He's getting set for his second start in the United States. The sire of this colt is a champion 2-year-old in Europe in Pinatubo. We'll see if the Godolphin team, in this instance with Charlie Appleby calling the shots, can pull off yet another big win this weekend on opening weekend. Enjoy the Castle and Key Bourbon. Get involved. It's the Toyota Super High 5 race, 11 minutes to post in the nightcap on opening weekend, Fall Stars weekend, here at Keeneland Racecourse.
Horses are entering the track for Keeneland's 10th and final race. 34th running of the Castle and Key Bourbon Grade 2 and a win-in-your-end Breeders' Cup Juvenile Turf Division race. Mile and a 16th over the firm turf rail at 20 feet. Let's meet the starters now. Number 1, Warheart, owned by Dars Incorporated of David Ross, trained by Rodolphe Brisset, Florent Giroux, the jockey. 2, Warlander, owned by Winchell Thoroughbreds LLC of Ron Winchell, trained by Steve Asmussen, the jockey Jose Ortiz. 3, Siesta Key, owned by Godolphin LLC of Mohammed Al Maktoum and others, trained by Brad Cox. Contrary to the program, the jockey is Lawan Machado. 4, Chicoso, owned by Rocker O Ranch LLC of Ronald Ortowski, trained by Keith DeSormo, the jockey James Graham. 5, Minaret Station, owned by OXO Equine LLC of Larry Best, trained by Will Walden with Christian Torres to ride. 6, Cavallo Bay, owned by Godolphin LLC, trained by Charlie Appleby, jockey John Velasquez. 7 is Scratched. 8 is Golden Afternoon, owned by Pat Greco, Scott Jaffe, Michael Clunan, Vacareza Racing LLC of trainer Carlo Vacareza, trained by Carlo and ridden by Luis Saez. Papiamento is number 9, owned by Camp Racing Stables LLC of Ryan and Larissa Kemp. The trainer Whit Beckman, jockey Frankie Dettori. 10, Clock Tower. Races for Mrs. Fittree Hay, trainer Wesley Ward, jockey Gerardo Corrales. Number 11, Baytown Baracus, owned by Baytown Partnerships of Cheryl McEntee, Resolute Racing Alliance LLC of Alyssa Trewitsky, trained by Paul McEntee, and Tioko Murguia is up. 12, Reach for the Rose, owned by Kenneth Ramsey, trained by Safi Joseph Jr., jockey Paco Lopez. And drawing in, number 13, Fleming. Races for Godolphin LLC, trained by Brendan Walsh. The jockey is Tyler Gaffalione as programmed. Post time, less than 4 minutes.
What did you tell me, Ava? What did you say? You're my favorite mascot.
Oh, thank you.
Horses have reached the starting gate for Keeneland's 10th and final race, 34th running of the Castle and Key Bourbon. Grade 2. Moving into line, race 10. Clock Tower moves into line along with Chicoso. Minaret Station. Cavallo Bay. Fleming, the last one. Goes in, they're at the post. They're off in the Castle and Key Bourbon Stakes. There goes Warhart out for the early lead. Reached for the rose there in the center of the course. And Clock Tower up close in the opening strides. And now Clock Tower moves up, puts ahead in front from Warhart in second position. Reach for the rose is third. Golden Afternoon slides down toward the inside. Fourth. Fleming fifth. Cavallo Bay, a lane off the rail, sixth. Warlander seventh. Saves the ground down toward the inside. Baytown Baracus went wide in eighth. Chicoso is ninth. Papiamento is 10th. Minaret Station is 11th. And Siesta Key is last of the 12 as they swing off the first turn. Opening quarter, 22.29 seconds. Clock Tower the leader. Clock Tower against the rail. Leads at a length. Golden Afternoon goes second by a length. Reach for the Rose is third ahead. And then Cavallo Bay between horses and Warhart back toward the inside. Now Warhart moves back up into the third position. Still 2 lengths off the lead, though. Fleming is out toward the center of the course and is racing 6 lengths from the front. And there's Warlander to the inside of Fleming, now trying to find some more running room against the rail. Then Papiamento between horses 8th. It was 47.02 seconds the time for the first half mile. Clock Tower leading Golden Afternoon around the far turn. And then Warhart, who's back toward the inside. Cavallo Bay, who's there on the outside. Now, Cavallo Bay is up to third, has to go toward the center of the course, still 5 lengths off the lead. Warlander still has 6 to make up. They turn for home. They've all got to catch Clock Tower, and here's Cavallo Bay, and Golden Afternoon now kicks in. Cavallo Bay, Golden Afternoon, Clock Tower fighting on to the inside. Warlander is still 4th. Cavallo Bay far outside. Clock Tower inside. Golden Afternoon between that pair. Golden Afternoon, Clock Tower. Here's Minaret Station for a huge upset. Minaret Station, 38-1, rallying for Christian Torres.
What a performance from Minaret Station to spring the massive upset in the Grade 2 Castle and Key Bourbon Stakes. He still has a lot of work to do and horses out in front of him that don't appear to be slowing down. It looks like as though it's between these three, but once he gets out behind the Godolphin runner, he flashes home. What a turn of foot from Minaret Station, the well-bred son of Instilled Regard out of that stakes-winning mare Beau Recall for OXO Equine, picking up a stakes win here in the Castle and Key Bourbon.
Unofficial results of Keeneland's 10th race: 5 Minaret Station first, 8 Golden Afternoon second, 10 Clock Tower third, 6 Cavallo Bay was fourth, 2 Warlander finished fifth. 5, 8, 10, 6, 2 unofficial. Unofficial winner of Keeneland's 10th and final race, 34th running of the Castle and Key Bourbon Stakes Grade 2. Upset winner number 5, Minaret Station, owned by the OXO Equine LLC of Larry Best. Trained by Will Walden for his first Keeneland Stakes victory and ridden by Christian Torres. Minaret Station, 2-year-old son of Instilled Regard out of Beau Recall by Sir Prancelot, bred in Kentucky by OXO Equine LLC. The results are official. 5-8-10-6-2, the official results. Pick 6 pays on 6 of 6 with a consolation 5 of 6. The late pick 5 on 5 of 5 with a consolation 4 of 5. Carryover for the Toyota Super High 5 of $6,320 for Wednesday's card. And a reminder, a carryover also for the early pick 5 on Wednesday of $265,000. Post time Wednesday at 1 o'clock. Trophy presentation upcoming. And now the trophy presentation for the Castle and Key Bourbon, a win and you're in Breeders' Cup Juvenile Turf Division race. Presenting the trophy, Will Arvin, owner and founder of Castle and Key Distillery, presenting to the connections of Minaret Station.
What a flash of talent from Minaret Station in today's Castle and Key Bourbon Stakes. Will Walden, winning trainer, and Christian Torres aboard for what looked to be a wild ride. You were way back on the backstretch, and the way that this horse quickened once he got out into the clear late in the stretch. Walk us through what exactly happened over the course of this mile and a 16th.
Well, we talked about it in the paddock, and we were the first part of the race where we just want to let him see wherever he wants. We know that from the quarter pole to the wire, he always accelerates pretty good. So I just brake and just let him see wherever he wants. He was comfortable on the beat the whole time, and on the backside, I tapped it on the shoulder when we passed about the 5/8, and he got into he went to the rail, and I just follow Jose Ortiz. He was in hand, so. It was a great trip, honestly. When I had the quarter pole, when I asked him to tap on the shoulder to pick it up, he picked it up very nice. And, a lot of credit to the horse. He was very, very professional today compared to his first 2 races. And Will Walden, he did an unbelievable job with him.
Well done, Christian.
Thank you.
Certainly did, Will. Well done on this victory here with Minaret Station. And as you were watching this race unfold, where were you at? Where was your mindset watching where he was at and where he was picking up spots and ultimately to get to the wire in front the way he did?
Yeah, I thought he broke clean. And Christian was able to kind of navigate his way to the rail, which is what we wanted to do on the first turn. I didn't expect him to be almost last. We were kind of towards the back of the pack. Mid-pack is kind of where we had it spotted. But this turf course has been pretty fair all week. Horses have closed on it well. I thought as he moved up around the quarter pole, I was just hoping the speed didn't back up right in his face, and it didn't. Christian navigated it beautifully, and the horse, exploded, and he got it done.
Congratulations, Will. Well done on picking up this win in the Castle and Key Bourbon Stakes.
Thanks, Scott.
Minaret Station, a very, very impressive performance to close out this Sunday with a stakes win in the Castle and Key Bourbon.
Thank you, Scott. $3 turf pick 3, 3, 7, and 5, $3,286.26. Again, carryovers for both the Toyota Super High 5, and also for the early pick 5 for Wednesday. Second floor grandstand, including the sports bar and the mezzanine bar, will remain open for simulcasting for another 30 minutes. You may advance wager any races occurring after that time. We thank you for being with us for Fall Stars Weekend. On behalf of Keeneland, thank you and good evening.